Okay, somebody let me know if the mic's working. Good morning. The screens are up and running. I do not have vertical lines on there. I try and put them up the night before, but forgot all about them this morning. Oops. We'll start a day. Yeah, so just remember, if you're going to take anything now, it's riskier, right? If you're just going to jump in something at 7, there's extra risk. You're looking at, the charts and the 1 hours, 4 hours, are lined up on a few things, such as gold. Others are kind of flipping back and forth here. Well, in the 1 hour. So you may not want to jump anything. The other extra caution with gold is that 4-hour support and resistance level. That would be my extra caution right now with taking gold. So if you have a couple extra reasons to be a little cautious, what do? We just trade with less contracts. If that's what you're doing, if you're getting in at start of day, because there is extra risk there. Hope everybody has a good day trading today. And don't forget that we have news today. So I'll be, like yesterday, popping a few things on the chart here and there, as we go. But here's the news for today. So it's ADPs, or not ADPs, sorry, we have unemployment claims at 8:30. So that's the typical, Forex market starting at 8, and then we typically will get movements in the Forex market at 8:30. And typically they're decent movements. So on futures, not as much. And it doesn't matter if you're trading spot gold or futures or. So that's the release. I mentioned the other day, if you've never traded during news releases, some people wait. They just don't even trade during news. They'll wait it out and start trading at, say, 9 o'clock. Or some people, they're like at 15 after news release, I start trading. Some are a half hour, some are an hour, some are 2 hours, some stay out for the whole day. But there's news releases every day. I know that this is what it takes to move the market. It takes the fundamentals. It takes the news releases. So we're technical traders. We draw trend lines, support, resistance levels, and zones on 4-hour time frames on our charts. And, but we need to have fundamental awareness. We need to know when news is coming out, the news releases, because it will affect our trading. There's no doubt it will affect your trading. So we need this, though, guys. If you want to make profit, I don't want to get into a trade and sit there sideways all day, right? Well, when news releases come out, we get volatility from volume, okay? So when news releases come out, we get high volume trading. With high volume trading, we get some volatility, which builds momentum in typically one direction or another. And sometimes they turn, within 15 minutes, half hour, they might turn and go completely back to where they started before news. We need that. We need things to move in one direction, don't we? To profit. I mean, if I get in some gold long, I need it to go up to make money. Okay. So that's what we need. So I welcome the news releases because without them, we don't get movement. So that's how that kind of plays out in our trading, the news. We're not down here, trying to jump in right at, 1 minute before, 8:30. We're not straddling the market. Brokers don't like that. So typically before news, things will settle. You'll see non-farm. So tomorrow you'll see non-farm. It's non-farm Friday. That's what I call it. So the non-farm payroll release is tomorrow, 8:30. That is the biggest news release of them all. So we will get movement. You just have to be ready for it. Hopefully you've looked out at your 4-hour time frames. I don't always like, I have stuff on here from where it's on my main charting. So my markups on my other charts just kind of show over here as well. And gold is right under that 4-hour support and resistance level. It kind of bounced back and forth all night, above and below it. So those are posted out in the threads, the individual threads in the Discord. I got to get my charts ready over here. I'll pop the 4-hour over. So there were some, we were in there trading last night, not here in the live. I didn't have it running, but some of us were in Bitcoin. I think some of you guys got into gold, and then I don't know if Mark's in here. I believe it was Mark was in ES. Am I correct on that? And they were just posted in the they were in the free section trading together. I don't know if Mark's in here yet. If he is, he's not awake or not saying anything yet. But here's gold. I'm just going to flash it over here on this screen. But there's gold. It's sideways. This chart was posted the other day. So this is Friday, right up in here. Down here, this dip was Sunday. So this long red candle right here was Sunday night. Market opened and it went short. So the chart was posted. I think I posted this Saturday, Friday or Saturday. I don't know. At the end of the day, Friday, once the market's closed, that you can start then and look out the 4-hour time frame. So I had this top marked up here, and this is the 4-hour time frame. So I had this top marked as a high. These are 4-hour swings, and we marked the highs and lows off 4-hour swings. Those are stronger levels because they're 4-hour turns in the market. So we had a swing up, breaking this high. Okay, I had a line there originally. It swung up and broke that, made a new high. Okay, so we move and put a 4-hour line there. It swung, and we already had one here. So I already had a 4-hour line there. So again, the 4-hour time frames are stronger levels because that is where a 4-hour candles they turned. So it is an agreeable price in the market that the buyers and sellers agree that this is like the lowest we're going to go. Okay, you got and I'm talking the market makers. They're not trading on the 3-minute charts. So we had a low here, and then look, it just dipped down and it turned right on that price. I mean, it just turned right on that price. So strong, very strong level. So we had those two. Last night, I just drew these two in right here. And this is last week. Sorry, this was last Sunday. And then this was last week. And then, am I right? No, this was this past Sunday. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not quite awake yet. Just got up 15 minutes before 7. So, but we were nothing but sideways. And just look at how it's respecting those price points, right? So we don't, if it's respecting these price levels, I don't expect it to break it quickly. I expect it to have problems breaking it. So what we're looking for on the 3-minute is we're actually looking for it to possibly turn and give us lower lows, lower highs. You know, we haven't abandoned all our traditional trading techniques. So we're looking for it to turn, give us lower lows, lower highs. And of course, with that, we're down on the 3-minute, and then we're using the signals indicator to tell us if the 4-hour is still bullish And then is the 1 hour still bullish with it? And then we just know, hey, we're hitting a 4 hour level, guys. It might not make it through. It's tried several times. So down on the 3 minute, you might have even traded some of this long above that 4 hour time frame. This is exactly why you have to look at the 4 hour time frame. Okay, one's going to show nothing different. I mean, I know right now that on a 1 hour time frame, it is below our 4 hour support resistance. Oop, not the 1 minute. I'm sorry. We just know. Okay. But if you're looking at, if you were a 1 hour trader, we wait for things to break a support and resistance level and test it. And on the test of this candle come back to test, it breaks back down in that zone. All right. Some people call it a false breakout. So overall, we're getting some push. See how we're getting that bearish push down all across the board here on the 1 hour. Okay, and we're still going back up to test that 4 hour. Still going. So it could pop through. But ultimately, we would be looking, we're right at the 4 hour level. So I would be looking for shorts unless it breaks the 4 hour support and resistance level. My caution, so I would have to have a little bit of caution there and not just trade the break of the 4 hour support and resistance level, because look what happened back here. It pulled back through. Look what happened here. It did. The 1 hour closed above, but it pulled back through. So these are the kind of thought processes you need to go through, looking at the higher time frame and dialing down. And then you want to go to the 15 minute and look. What did those breaks look like on the 15 minute? Well, it broke. Next candle was long, long. So a 15-minute trader might take that candle close. The move was just short-lived. For the next 15 minutes, it went up. Can you make money there? Yes, because we're typically down on the 3 minute, and we'll go look and see what that looks like. We're on the 3 minute, and we're taking it. Let me kind of flip it over, and then I'll get the signals chart back up. So a 3 minute trader, there's a break. There's the pullback where it tests on that wick. And then let me change this over. Pull back where it tests the wick, and then green candle go. So that would be where a 3 minute trader would get in, and it just didn't go after it broke. Came back and tested again. Someone else is probably getting in on one of those two green candles. It just doesn't go. Okay, that's where you get losing trades. You're going to have them. Sometimes it'll break a level, and it's on the 3 minute. It's just not ready to go, guys. I mean, look there. If you would have taken that close above or close above. Now, if you wait for the test and a green candle, it keeps you out of a loss here. So you're waiting. It breaks above, candle close above the 4 hour support resistance level. Then we know it's going to pull back and test it. And then we're waiting on a green candle. Those things keep you out of a loss here and a loss here, because we don't get a green candle. We get it to break and close above. We get it to pull back and test it, but there is no green candle to go long. Same here. Okay. Broke. Well, here it is. If you took that, if you're taking the next candle, then you'd be in on that. And it does go up. It just doesn't have any follow through, right? And then it pulls back through. Candle close above the 4 hour. Are you taking it? Well, I'm going to look back and look at what it did here, right? This candle closed above. I'm not falling for it. Am I falling for that? No. And over here, I'm not taking the break and close above the 4 hour. Again, are you falling for it? No, I'm not taking this one. I'm going to wait for it to pull back and test that line. Give me a green candle. There, no follow through. There wasn't one. So again, look back and go, okay, well, it broke and closed above. It pulled back to test that level. It didn't hold up. A little more strength here, right? Because it pulled up back up to those wicks. Again, you're like, okay, it closed a little higher, but I'm looking back here. You would draw a line on that level. And you'd be like, okay, I'm going to wait for it to pull back and test. You're waiting, on the 3 minute candle to pull back, and then you want to see a green candle break above the high. We don't get it. Okay, not falling for it. And this is a clear close above with another candle green. You're waiting on it to pull back. It goes higher. You're like, ooh, I missed it. As this, I can guarantee if you're on a 3-minute time frame and you're trading, you're like, oh, I missed it. And it's moving, right? And you're disappointed. But you have your rules. Rules are, let's wait for it to pull back and test that support level, and then we'll get in. So a lot of traders will sit there, and that candle right here is moving up, and they are jumping in. They are literally just jumping in on that move, saying, I am not missing it. I waited around, fail to stay above 4 hour. I am not waiting. And they jump in. And guess what happens? Woo, big stop. Everybody stopped out. They didn't wait for it to pull back, test the level, and get a green candle, right? This one here, if you drew this line on here as you're day trading on 3-minute, it pulls, closes above the 4 hour. What are you saying to yourself? I am not falling for it. Look what happened here. Look what happened here. You failed on your test of that level to stay above it. I'm not falling for that again. Nope. No loss. No trade, no loss. You're not trading that one. This one closed above the 4 hour, but it's right under that high. What are you saying to yourself? Nope. I am not falling for that one again. Right? That's it. That's the thought process that should be going through your mind as you trade. Let me get back over. I'll have the signals up, today. Wait for things to line up, and then of course I'll pop stuff here and there as a, typically I try and wait. Sorry, I'm trying to get my chart set up back up over here. Typically I try and wait till a 3-minute candle close before I pop something over here on this chart. I'll try to answer questions as we go. Let's see here. S&P. So just remember, if you happen to want to trade at 7 a.m. and try just getting it, for one, you should be practicing. Nobody should be in with live money right now trading this, unless you absolutely wanted to risk losing money. Okay, until you get comfortable trading something, you should absolutely demo trade, paper trade. Absolutely. So I'm going to close some off. I did take this trade right here. There you'll see I put 10 on, and look at how it's, I got to pop. I'm going to take 8 off. It's not much, guys. It's $25. That's nothing. I mean, it's not even hardly dinner. Not dinner for 2. It's dinner for 1. I'm going to leave my stop where it is and just adjust my stop. So I did take ES and NASDAQ at the 7 hour because the 7 o'clock hour, sorry, because everything was lined up. So why am I closing? If you got what I just went over, if you guys look, what did we do? It just popped up here and hit the highs, right? We would have a line across the top. I just hadn't drawn it yet, right there. Oh, I do have the magnet on right there. So it just hit it. Should that not be my short-term target? Yes, 100%. Look at where we're at. We are sideways. Are we not? It's sideways. It's been sideways. Come back here. Is that not a sideways movement? Yes. And that's typically what we will get before Non-Farm Friday. We will get things consolidate and move sideways. Can we trade it? Yes. Where would my best entry have been to go long? If I was trading earlier, it'd be right here. That right there would be my best entry to buy, right? because it consolidated sideways movement. I don't care if you draw lines or if you draw a box. I have a box that is, let me click on this. Is it not going to let me do that? There we go. That is called range. So right there, range trade. It's my purple. If you see a purple box on there, because ours are colored green, red, and yellow. If you see a purple box on there, it means I range traded it. If you ever see it on my charts, and you'll see them. So again, we identify sideways movement. I wasn't in here at, what was this, 6, I'm assuming? Yeah, 6 o'clock. So we identify that it is, made a low, made a high, tested the low, tested the high, came back down. We're only looking for longs. Don't forget, the 4 hours green, we're only looking for long opportunities. The 1 hour's green. Okay, well, I'm going to wait for the 15-minute to turn. So that would have been an entry, a valid entry. Okay, on this candle here. Started the next. You would have got in right here. The 15-minute change back green. So the signal candle's the red one. This tries to get you in on pullbacks. That's the way it's set up. It tries to get you in on a pullback, it pulled down, tries to get you in on a break of a trend line or retracement line, and tries to get you in on a pullback. So you're at a better price. Normal trading, I'm going to wait for a red candle. But with the signals thing, I'm taking that green. And I'm probably going to get stopped out on a runner because I didn't do what I was supposed to. So when it popped up here at the top, I closed the 8, left 2 on. My stop is just below that low right there. That's too tight. It should always be off the candle. I just threw it on at 7. Then I started talking. It should always be below the wicks. This will get stopped out if it goes back and tests that bottom of the range. Then I'll look to take it long again. That's how I'm going to trade it until it breaks out of this range. That's exactly what I'm going to do. If it pulls back down, I'm going to wait for the 15-minute. The 15-minute goes green. I'm going to buy again. I'm going to buy again. I'm going to buy again. So right now I'm in bullish mode on ES and NASDAQ because of that. Okay, because of that move. And I'm not handling my other trade, and it's probably pulled back on me because I'm in NASDAQ and ES, and that's fine. So I have runners on in case it breaks. The stop on range trading should actually be way down here. It should be below the range. Okay, so if that stop, if you had your stop here on the entry, it should be below this low, correct? Yeah, getting in an entry there, start of this candle, that's where you'd buy. Again, if you got in off this signaling at 6 a.m., then you're buying there with your stop below the low. That's a decent, pretty tight stop. So if it's too far of a stop for you, if you say, I want to put 10 on there too, I put 10 on this one. If you say, I want to put 10 on as well, if that stop where you're supposed to put it puts up too much risk for you as far as dollar amount, then go in half. If you get into a trade and where your stop's supposed to be, it's like $400 and you're like, man, with 10 contracts, and you're like, man, I don't want to risk $400 per trade on this trade. Well, then don't. If you usually want to risk 100, if you're putting on 10 contracts and you have a stop that says you're risking $400 and you're not comfortable, well, get comfortable. Just get, how are you going to get comfortable? Again, you're taking the entry, stop here. You're risking $400, and that is way more than you ever risk it on a trade in your life. You've only traded and you're comfortable losing 100. You have to get comfortable with your losses. That's part of trading, losses. So you have to get comfortable with it. So to me, if I'm going to get in with 10 contracts and I'm risking 400, if I feel comfortable only risking 100, what do? I don't go in with 10 contracts. I don't move my stop. Right? We don't move our stop. Oh, I don't risk 400, but I'm going to risk 200. I still want to get in with 10, but I'm just going to shorten my stop. I know where it's supposed to be, but I'm going to shorten my stop halfway. Where would halfway be? Between where the stop is. I mean, when it would be somewhere in here. Okay. Somewhere between where it is and where it is, you say, nope, nope, I don't want to risk 400. I'm willing to risk 200 on the trade, but I want 10 contracts on. I'm tired of missing out on making a lot of money. So what you do is you shorten your stop. What do? You get stopped out. You get stopped out before it does what? Moves in your direction. And you missed it. You're like, man, I should have just went ahead and risked the 400. No, you shouldn't have. No. If you don't feel comfortable risking the $400, you don't take that trade, or you do what? If I'm comfortable losing 200, I would go in half. Go in with 5 contracts. The stop is here. With 10 contracts, it'd be a $400 loss. With 5 contracts, it'd be a $200 loss. So if someone's comfortable losing 2, they could get in with 5 contracts. If someone's only comfortable losing $100, and guys, I'm not measuring this and marking it to count I'm just using this dollar, amount just in general so everybody can understand what should be going through your head. If you're only comfortable listing one or losing $100, what do? Go in with 2.5 contracts. Well, there's no such thing. So you're going in with 2, or you're risking a little extra if you can stomach it and going in with 3. That's how you should be handling. That is good account management. Our trade management is when to get in, where to put our stop. Get in here, put your stop here. Now we get into account management, our risk management. Guys, that's a huge part of trading. And that right there is how you need to handle that. So anytime this signals, you're always going to look to the left. Did you get a pullback? Yeah, we got a pullback. Pullback's over here. It pulled down, moved down. And a lot of times the signals will come like this. Pulled down. There's our pull down, right? Pullback, retracement against the 1 hour and 4 hour trend. We had a good pullback. So it broke that aggressive downtrend line, came back and pulled back to kind of test it. This candle followed through. You'd want to get in on the signal or wait for that candle to close, one or the other. So we haven't abandoned our, trading rules on our traditional trading rules. So that's how I would handle it, guys. Sorry, platinum's tanking. I did not get in platinum. You would have traded the 1 hour against the 4 hour. I don't like to come in and just jump into everything. There's just no way. So let me pull do you guys want the range up on ES? I know some of you guys are trading ES. So NASDAQ, I only put 5 on. I'll mark my trades out instead of dragging. So those of you that have been in, I don't know who's in here, guys. I just don't have time right now to look and see. So hope everybody has a good day trading. We have news at 8:30. Again, I don't like dragging my charts over all the time. I look at 6 instruments, and I think everybody kind of agreed to just have 4 running on this. Somewhere. So those are the thought processes that should be going through your head on every trade. So since I look at 6 different charts, and it gets to be a lot when you guys do them. So Monday we just had the 4, and I just used the position tool to mark my trades, and I think everybody liked that, was okay with it Monday. So then Tuesday, of course, I just had you guys watching 6 because I'm trading 6 different things, or I'm looking at 6 different things. I don't always trade them all because I want to find the best entries I can. So I'm not just trading gold. I'm not just trading Bitcoin. I'm not just trading one thing because if I do, right now on NASDAQ or ES, it's sideways. Sideways trading, you can still make money. This right here, this sideways trading though, is a lot of work. It's more work. It's more work getting in long and then waiting on pullback, getting in long again, getting in, or guys, I've shorted. So if I wanted to short ES, I closed out 8, right? And it pulled back. So typically, if I'm range trading, then I would close my position when it got to the top and reverse it and trade it back down. Because until it tells me otherwise, until it breaks out of the top, it's going down to me, back and forth, especially with non-farm coming. So I'm trading it back and forth. You're ignoring the higher time frame, the 1 hour and the 4 hour, or not really ignoring. But what am I saying to myself? Okay, it's in a range. And I say, when I find the range, I say, okay, I want to trade it long and short. I want to trade the bounces. Okay, so with the bounce at the bottom, I'm going in with my full contract size because it's with the 1 hour and 4 hour. 1 hour and 4 hour green. My strongest moves, my strongest entries are going to be a bounce at the bottom. 10 contracts. When it comes up to the top, I do what I did. I close out 8, leave the others, or you're closing out the whole thing. But if you're waiting on the, say we got a 15-minute up top there, right there's a 15-minute to go short, I would just close out the long, your runners. So you're closing out 8 when it hits the top, put on 10, close out 8 when it hits the top. Leave 2 runners on in case that's the time it breaks and runs, breaks the top and runs. Then you get a 15-minute arrow and you're going, okay, it's not. Don't be stubborn. If that's what you're trading, if this is what you're trading, you set for yourself and go, nope, I'm trading the range back and forth. I'm going to buy when it's down. I'm going to close when it's up. My strongest trade would be a buy. I would buy here, which I did start a day, close 8, leave 2 runners on in case that's the time it breaks the top and runs. Nope, the 15-minute signals is short, riskier trade. You got to say, okay, this is a riskier trade because I should be only in buy positions, the 1 hour and 4 hour long. So I should be in buys. This is riskier for me. Go in with half. You go in with 5 contracts or 3 contracts. Okay. You're managing your risk. It's a riskier trade because I'm trading against the 1 and 4. That's what I have to say to myself. Okay, I'm fine. I still want to take it short off the bounce and signal. I just go in with less contracts. MC, did you get into platinum? So platinum, and guys, sometimes I'm not watching stuff as I'm talking, but that's what I would have had right there on platinum if I was watching it. I mean, now I'm watching it, but 7 a.m. candle, you would just, if you shorted, you're shorting with the 1 hour time frame. I also have a 4 hour trend line up there, 4 hour up trend line that it, kind of bounced, fell down off of. And then you guys know I always draw the triangle wedge patterns, pendant flags, whatever you want to call them, flags, pendants. As things come down to a level of price, they'll bounce. And typically you'll see it bouncing at the same price and you'll see that the highs are getting lower as it goes. Well, it's trying to push through. And then it finally broke through. If you wait for a retest on I'm over on platinum, sorry. So it finally broke through that level. So again, it fell to a price point, pulled back, fell here to the price point, kind of pulled back. We're getting a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. What is that? Or sorry, same low right here, these two. So you're getting lower highs. In a bearish move, we see lower highs, lower lows. Well, when these pendants form, these flags, the lows are at the same price point. but the highs keep pushing lower. Okay. It's the bearish side of the market. Keep pushing down, keep pushing down, keep pushing down. When it breaks that low, those lows, okay, it's either going to break and run or it's going to break and pull back and then run. And that's what this did. It broke, pulled back, and ran. How can you tell if this time I had that other level was a valid level that it turned on? But how can you tell that this time it broke through, it's not going to break and run? It didn't, right? It broke, candle closed below that support and resistance, tested that support and resistance, and then it ran. How do you know How does anyone know on that candle break right there that that's the time it's gonna run or pull back and test? So say you normally get in with 10 contracts. How Some people are just throwing on 10 on a break. They're not waiting on the pullback or test. You're getting in at a better price if it pulls back to that level, and then you would just sell at that price point. So how do you know if it's gonna but you're sitting in the negative for a while, correct? And if you're waiting on a red candle to signal, it's actually close to that, and you're still in profit. But how do you know so you don't sit through the pullback and sit in the negative for a while? How do you know that, okay, that if this is going to break and then when the candle closes, it's going to either run, just take off, or it's going to pull back and test? Because you're saying to yourself, I don't like getting in those. If it breaks below, closes, I don't like sitting through a negative, through a pullback. You don't. Yeah, you have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea that when that candle closed, that it was going to pull back. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, it was gonna pull back. I have no idea. So I wouldn't get in, right? I can't say to myself, "Oh, wait, I know. I know when this candle closes, it's gonna pull back." That's what we wanna see. We wanna see it pull back and get in on that. We wanna see it test this level, okay? But we don't know. So if you normally put on 10 contracts on a trade, that breaks and closes, and you're like, "Man, I don't wanna miss the move." The 1 hour is red. I don't wanna miss it, and you jump in with 10, but your stop should be above this previous high, and you say to yourself, you're like, "Man, that's a big stop. I'm not comfortable." If that starts making you uncomfortable, and that's above what you should risk on a trade, I'm not gonna tell you not to take the trade. What I'm gonna tell you to do is if you don't like sitting through pullbacks, if you're sitting through pullbacks and you get that, you got 10 contracts on and you're sitting there and you see negative 100, negative 200, or whatever it is for you, everybody's different. If you don't like that, I'm not going to tell you to not take that trade and wait for a pullback. Most of you guys know for me, it's go in with less contracts. What do you feel comfortable losing? Again, with the stop loss back here where it should be above this high, what do you feel comfortable losing? If you put on 10 contracts and that is too much, and you're saying to yourself, man, that's a huge loss. I'm risking $400 and you do not feel comfortable, then you don't place a 10 contract trade. But you say to yourself, you're like, I don't want to miss it. What do you do? Well, you put on less contracts. If you're comfortable with two, you put on 5 contracts. If you're comfortable only losing 100, you'd put on 2 contracts or maybe risk a little extra and put 3, or you're putting 1 contract on. On the pullback then and push, if you're waiting on the red signal candle, you can always throw more contracts in or just when it pulls back to that price level. Then you're going, "Oh, yeah, cool. I got the pullback. I'm gonna add 2 to my position." You can only do that once if you're with most prop firms. I will tell you this. You cannot keep adding on pullbacks. So it's not like you can put on, 2 more, and if it pulls back up through here to test, you're putting on 2 more, which you shouldn't anyways. It's just testing the highs, but, some traders do that, but you, can only do it I think it's on Top Step once. Eval accounts, yeah, they really don't care what you do on the eval. And I'll still be muting my mic here and there. I still got my throat still sore. My wife was sick, and I think she. Merry Christmas, right? Let me get to drawing some. So as we trade, you're going to see position tools pop up on this over here that you guys are watching. That's because they're linked together. I can only have one tab logged into my platform, and it's my right screen. You got another tab I created for this, so you won't see my actual trades pop up here unless I let you do what we did Tuesday, and I'll let you watch my actual charts. However, in doing that, um, I trade 6 things. So I know it's a lot to look on the screen, especially if you're watching it on a phone. I missed the, Bitcoin entry because the, 15-minute signal back here at 7:25 or 7:27. That was everything in line. The 15, the 1 hour, and 4 hour, they're all green. So that's a continuation. We're expecting it to keep moving. That was the 7 a.m. One of the 7 a.m. was lined up. So 7 a.m. Oh, the 15-minute was not. And we talked about that. Remember, we talked about waiting for like 7:03 or 7:06, not taking right at 7 because that's a 1 hour candle. That's why I mentioned taking. Remember, I got bid on a couple the other day that I took. Where I just came in at 7 and took the trades blindly. Was lined up, and I'm okay doing that. However, I'm only going to get in like 2 things typically. I don't jump in all 4 or on my case 6. I don't just come in and say 7 a.m. They're both green. Okay, I'm going long. 7 a.m. Red, green. Let's trade with the 1 hour time frame goes short. That would have worked out, of course. This one would not have. So gold, if I got in at 7 a.m. candle long, guess what? I'd be sitting through negative or stopped out. If you put your stop tight to this level, you're stopped out. I don't know if I can do arrow on here and crosshair on the other. Anyways, so that you'd be sitting through the negative right now. Where would the buy have been on gold? Well, when the 15-minute signal right here. That's your buy. And again, when this thing signals, so 1 hour and 4 hour green, we want to look our safest bet. Remember, we're stacking odds in our favor. Let's stack as many odds in our favor as we can. So if the 1 hour and 4 hour is green, that's great for us. We want to be buying. Down here on platinum, we assume a little extra risk. Why? Well, because the 4 hour was green. So the 4 hour is green, but the 1 hour flipped to red. I'll trade with that. It's just a little riskier than the gold trade because even the 4 hours lined up. So you're assuming a little extra risk. Okay. I'd wait for the 15-minute to pull back. I don't know what MC thinks. Let me kind of zip over. Here's some trades we had long, and then in here where the 1 hour, 4 hours long. I haven't cleaned my complete charts up. So again, getting back to gold, get over here. You would want to trade it right during that. Whoa. That last candle close. Guys, if you just hear me go quiet all of a sudden, it's because I'm placing a trade. It's not because I shut it down. Just shut it down. Because I'm taking care of business over here. Now that's what I was getting back to. So if I take a trade, you're going to see this pop up right here. You're going to see a our modified. Keep forgetting to click on that. You're going to see the modified tool pop up. So yeah, I took that long, and I've got my magnet on. So just know that my stop's below that. I guess I could shut it off. I like having my magnet on when I trade. However, if I go with stops below, so we might get a pullback on that. And if you took that trade, and that's the thing. So when we got a signal, look to the left of the chart. Did you get a downward move? Yes, we had a downward move. Could you draw a trend line? Retracement line across that? Because after all, this is just a retracement down against the higher time frame trend. Yes, we could draw a trend line. Yes, it broke it. We typically know that things could retrace back to that trend line and then bounce there. So that being said, we would want to do that's a little riskier, right? Getting in right there because we expect a pullback. Now we may not get it. It may not pull back. It may break and run, but expect the pullback. Okay. Draw your retracement line. Expect the pullback. So if I expect a pullback, I should be going in lighter. And guys, I know I traded platinum. I think everybody in the even the free Discord last night, I think everybody traded platinum or whoever was in, or not platinum, sorry, Bitcoin. And of course, it just, popped up and ran for us. I mean, it was huge last night, just like a rocket. It just took off. I missed the entry on Bitcoin. That would have been the optimal entry. Any one of those where the 15-minute turns back green. So you could have took it at 7:03. When the 15-minute time frames, the arrows. When it turned back green, take it there, take it here. Either one would be a valid entry. What we want to see is we want to see it keep printing more arrows on the bottom. My own clicky over here. I'll try not to drag too many charts over today. And when I do, I'll try not to leave them on there. I know it's happened a couple times where I've dragged something over your signals and then I get over here trade on my chart and forget to take it off the signals. And I do apologize. All right. Where was I range trading? ES. So ES has not pulled down. And again, our best bet for trading is long on ES right now. But can you trade the retracements? Yes. It's riskier. Remember I said I put on trade and we closed out 8 up here. I still have 2 runners on. They're at 0 right now. They're at break even. So I don't pull to break even always and quickly, especially if I've just got 2 little puny runners on. So the trade short would be a little riskier, but I'm typically in before this long candle. If it, well, not if I got runners on. If I leave runners on, then I have the runners on. And when you get that 15-minute candle, you would close. However, I'm staying with the longer term trend right now. So I'm ignoring the 15-minute signals up top. I did trade oil. You guys can't see it. Oil's under Bitcoin, not on your guys' chart, on my platform over here. So if you look at the Bitcoin chart, you're going to see me flip to oil. There's my oil trade right there. There's where the position tool is. So I shorted it. It's up. I did 20 contracts. It's up 120. But I got in when that, I got in a little late. So I'm in here not watching everything like I should. But that right there, 3 candles or 2 candles back, that was actually the signal to go short. And the 1 hour and 4 hour are red. Where should my target be? 4 hour zone down there, or resistance level, guys. So on oil, that's my first target. Okay. Would be the inside bottom. What an inside bottom is we have a low, we have a move down, move up, nice swing down up. Where's the inside of this turn? It's right here. That's where I want to close partial. The position tool gives us the points that we know. That's almost a 3-to-1, or almost level 3, which is 2-to-1. Sorry. So if I close out down here around the inside bottom, that's just under a 2-to-1, 2 times my risk. But knowing that the entry, the actual entry to take it, was actually here on this candle. So I would have got in. No, not really. I guess I did get in around that price. Cool. Yeah, I took it on that last candle. Let me flip it back to Bitcoin. So I will try and do that for you guys. And I did get into NASDAQ. Still holding 2 runners on S&P, and then we're in on gold. And I'll do from time to time. We'll still have this open in the opened up for everybody tomorrow for non-farm. I said I'd just leave it open for everybody tomorrow, or through the week this week. But after that, it's for the premium members. They're helping me test this, is what's going on. I did take NASDAQ. If you look at the lower right chart, which is ES, we've got a minute and a half left before this candle closes. So if you look at the lower right, ES, I'm going to switch to NASDAQ. That is my NASDAQ trade as it sits. So I went in positive for a while. I'll slide it over real quick, guys, and I promise I'll take it. I'm not going to do a lot of talking. That's it. I want you to see the trades that was mentioned. So I want you to see my trades. So it pulled up, came down. I took it and took it long, and it popped up, hit 1-to-1 risk. Level 2 is 1-to-1 risk. So if you're moving your stop, you're moving it where? Right there. So the halfway. What I just do? I cut my risk in half. I'm willing to take this loss. It moved up to 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. You can move your stop halfway. I like to give them extra room. Guys, I've seen items retested, and I don't want it to pull back down to test this low and wick me out. So what I'm waiting on is for it to hit level 3. Level 3 is a 2-time risk reward ratio. Okay. So right now that's a good trade, but I sat in the negative for a while. I mean, I got in, was in the positive. It hit 1-to-1. If I would have moved my stop where? To the halfway point to minimize my risk, lower my risk, I would have almost been stopped out. And if it would have wicked through that, I would have been stopped out. That's why I like to give it that extra room. I don't always move my stops when it hits 1-to-1. and I typically won't close when it hits 1 to 1. Sometimes I have. I wanted to push through that level, but I sat in the negative right here for a while, went back up. I'm saying, "Oh, great. Okay, I'm in profit now. Let's see you break that level." It doesn't. You see your profit go low. We just hold. We don't panic when we're up 300 and then it goes and then we're seeing, okay, now we're only up 200. Now we're only up, 100. We're not emotional traders. At least we try not to be. So while you're getting used to everything, it's perfect, either paper trade or I'm okay with people getting like evaluation accounts. They're cheap. Um, the evaluation accounts are cheap. There we go. Things are starting to move. So they're cheap, and if you're going to trade anyways, and you say, okay, I'll do an eval account, just try it. I'll risk the $17 or whatever it is, $20. I'm okay with people doing that. That last candle on NASDAQ actually closed a hair above the 1 to 1. So on NASDAQ, lower right screen, it's doing that right there. So that last candle closed just barely 3-minute candle above the 1 to 1, and kind of wicked here above during that candle above that high. So it's a good sign to just hold. And we're looking at the 1 hour and 4 hour. They're red or green. Sorry. So we're still going to hold. I do still have this trade on. I don't have that one marked where I took that. That was actually a pre 7 a.m. trade with a stop here. I didn't put my stop way below the bottom. That's the chart on. I went with these lows in here, guys. So I put a stop on it. I only have 2 runners on this. I mean, this is going to be a piddly little trade. Remember, I noticed a range. So I had a valid reason for closing partial, and I closed partial at 96.75. So on this move up, right around 96.75. So right there. So right at that price right here, that's when I closed. So I didn't close out, but it was near that top of the range is when I started closing, and then it pulled back on me. Yeah, it's on this candle right here. So remember I was talking and it hit the top of the range. I didn't close out the 8 and it just pulled back by the time I had closed it. So again, I wasn't closing at a profit target. I was closing at the range top. I had my reason for closing because of that right there. When it came up here, it just turned right there. When it came up here, it just turned right there. So I had a valid reasoning for closing. And I got in late. I just took it or early, sorry. I took this one before up here before 7. It was in the middle. It was between the range top and bottom, and I went ahead and just took it. I wish there was a quicker button to minimize the chart, and there may be. NASDAQ, I'm going to flip the lower screen to NASDAQ just so you guys can see. Where are we at on the candle? We got 1 minute left for a candle to form, so I will slide my chart over real quick. Just for a sec. There I am. It's hit. It did hit our 2 to 1 ratio. So that's where you would I only put on 5. So according to my rules, I'm gonna close some. So I'm just gonna close 3. It's not gonna be much. I'm only up 140, but you need to capture profits. So again, see profit, close profit. How much profit? Make your rules and do it. Stick to it. At this point, I can move to halfway risk on my runners. And then if it breaks to the and that's what I'm gonna do, halfway risk on my 2 runners. When it moves to the next profit level, I will, um, move my stop. I'm gonna leave the 2 runners on, and hopefully it'll trend for the rest of the day. There's no guarantee that it will trend at all. And guys, sorry if I don't look at, in the chat much or comments on YouTube, it's I'll try to. So MC, you're in platinum. Have you been opening this right at 7? Yeah, how do you like that adjust and stop to the halfway point? I like it. I don't always do it, but it's there if I want to. I gotta log into Trade so I'm trading multiple accounts over here too. Oh, wait a minute. That thing's I need to get my charts down here. Um, guys, this is I gotta do this one. I went in heavy. Uh, oh, oh, come on. Having technical difficulties over here. Remember I told you I needed to start paying attention over here. I talked about that gold entry. I don't know if you guys took it. I did. I went in heavy with this is a large account, so 60 contracts. So I need to close out some. I am closing out some, even though it's only hit for the 1-to-1. I'm gonna close out 40 of those. So it was up 1,300 bucks. So 1,300. And why did I go in heavy? I felt confident in this trade. So I only have 20 runners on. I can move to break even. I consider that to be super aggressive on the stop. We have 50. We got a little less than 1 minute before a candle closes. So I promise I'll get this off. So again, I went in heavy on that um, because I felt really, really confident. Look at this nice pullback, right? The signal candle right here, the 15-minute triangle was great. We had a triangle. So at the close of that candle, we got the 15-minute falling line with the 1 hour, 4 hour. Our there everything's synced up. So I went ahead and bought in there. I felt really, really confident in that buy, but I knew it might have trouble getting past this. This candle right here, dead stopped right in the inside top, right there at that wick. But then the next one broke through. But what's up there? 4 hour time frame, 4 hour support and resistance. So what did I say to myself when I took this trade? I will trade it up to the 4 support and resistance level. I need to consider pulling profit. And that's just what I did. I could move to break even, but I'm not. What I'm doing is moving below this wick low right here. And that's a little too close. So that was a good trade. It was up 300 right now, and I was up, or it was up 1,300. Sorry. And then when I closed, um, 40, I think the 20 on it was right at 300. So I should have about 1,000 locked in on that. I have to go into TradeAvate to pull that because TradingView doesn't do a good job of showing you what you've actually made, how it shows your trades. You know, so we'll go look. I'm gonna look and see. MGC. So that's a good start to the day. Again, those that have been with me for a while know that I am a firm believer in locking in profits. If you got profits on the, you should take it, right? Take some, pull partial. After all, you're sitting here for a reason, and it's to make money. It is not to sit on your hands all day, and it's not to lose money. So, at any time, this could turn. I mean, it turned at the 4 hour on gold, upper left chart. So it turned right at the 4 hour. I mean, right at the 4 hour level. Again, that is why we draw them. That is why every week we start looking at the 4 hour first. Where's the 4 hour? Where is it? What's it doing? Can I trade it with what's going on? Let's draw our support and resistance levels, label them 4 hour. That's what I do. Any horizontal line, I draw 4 hour, and this is on a turn. That tail or this gray line, I draw off of a high or low. It's at a because that's where the market changed directions on the 4 hour. So I don't know right now. I'd have to look back at the 4 hour to know if that's a high or low that the market turned at. I don't really care. I don't care if the market came down and turned at this level on the 4 hour and went up. I don't care if it pulled up, turned at that price point and came down. I really don't care. But it's the 4 hour time frame. So I know that's where the market makers moves. We see the moves. We see the big swings. That's why we do that. And then down on the puny little 3 minute time frame, we have to be aware of those. So if you see zones pop up on any of these, except for the range zone, I'll take the range zone off of ES. I know it's kind of clear, but except for that, if we see zones pop up on any of these charts, the red, yellow, or green ones, then that means that that's a 4 hour zone, and the zones are wicks on the 4 hour. So if it swung down, sorry guys, if it swung down and turned, and then went up, if there's a wick on the bottom of that 4 hour candle, I'm gonna kind of like here. So over on Bitcoin, it uh, swung down and then pulled up. So if this was the 4 hour time frame, I'm going to take the box tool and draw like that. And then this one would be colored as a lower, right here, zone lower. It's going to be green. We're going to look to buy there. Okay. And guys, you can call it whatever you want. There's fair value gap trading. They're using still boxes and zones. We would be looking for a pullback and bounce. I know full well that it may turn here. I would rather see it there, turn there at the inside of this bottom. Why? Why would I rather see that than it go to the bottom of the zone and bounce? Because it's making a higher low. If Bitcoin pulls down and turns right at this price point, then that would be a higher low than this low. So that's where you see them turn at the inside bottoms and tops. And I know some of you guys probably never even heard it. That's just what it is. I didn't make this stuff up. I learned about it a long time ago. Did not make it up. Jim, guy from Cincinnati, a long time ago, he used to love inside tops and bottoms. He's like, he would always remind me because we're in the trade room. He'd be like, it's almost to the inside bottom, it's almost to the inside top, and he would actually look to take a trade right when it pulled down. He would have he would actually either trade or put a limit order on, a buy limit in this case. So it pulls down and hits it, it triggers him in. He's looking for that higher low to form. So that's what we want to see. We would love to see that pattern play out. We would love to see it pull down to that inside bottom, which is basically just the inside of this move. It kind of has, if you're looking at the wick. So it may settle on that price. I think it's going to pull deeper, but that's how you just got to think this way. I know it's a lot, but But these are some of the thought processes that should be going through your mind. I'm in negative 15 on my runner, so I've done good on that one. And, 'cause remember I put 10 on close date. So even though it's pulled back, it's about to stop out the runners. I would have to look for an entry long to get back in. So, does everybody have their daily goal in mind? I've seen people say, um, "Don't think about the money. Just don't. Don't think about the money. You shouldn't be locking in. You shouldn't be looking, and when it gets up, $500 closing out partial, wait till it just, go off your full charting analysis, whatever." I'm not crazy like that. I see profit, I'm gonna close part of my profit out. You know why? Because I need a paycheck at the end of each week. I need money. For me, it's 10,000 a month I have to have. And then, of course, I got a retirement account that gets traded with my other account, and the retirement account we don't touch. You get taxed and penalized. I'm not that old yet. Yay for me. Anybody anything yet? It's up to you on the, some people use the wicks, some people use the candle bodies. So if you look right here on Bitcoin, it is turning. I mean, it has turned at that, um, wick and given a 15-minute, um, candle, or 3 minutes, sorry. 3-minute arrow is, but that candle's still forming right now. We got 27 seconds. I like to wait for the candle to close. So hopefully you have your daily goal in mind. Guys, and I've gone over this, I don't know how many times, um, in the group and on video, is that, if you're trading to make money, if you're trading for a paycheck, you have to lock in profits each day. You should know how much that is. If you need $4,000 a month and you're trading, that's $1,000 a week. There's 5 trading days in a week. If you say to yourself, "Yes, I will trade all 5 days next week. I need $1,000 at the end of each week. Yes, next week I can trade all 5 days. What do you need? 200 a day. That's it. That's all you need is 200 a day, and you'll meet your goal." Now, if I said to myself, "Next week, I'm not gonna trade all 5 days because Monday morning I got a dentist appointment. So I can't trade Monday." I don't, I'll be at the dentist, say it's 9 o'clock. I'll be at the dentist. I don't wanna get into trades before I go, so I'm not trading Monday. Well, then I have to adjust that number. Then $200 a day, Tuesday through Friday is not going to get me to 1,000 for the week. It's gonna get me 800. So I need to adjust my target for those days. You can trade 3 days a week. And how I would do it, if I said to myself, I only want to trade, um, if I said to myself, I only want to trade 3 days next week. We got a minute and a half on this candle. So if I said, I want to trade 3 days next week, that's it. I don't want to trade all 5 days. I get exhausted. I only want to trade. Here's what Butch would do right here. That's next week calendar. Next week's calendar. What days am I, you see, we're red heavy. What days am I going to take off next week? If I wanted to only trade 3 days, not trade all 4 days. Monday, we do not have US news. Tuesday, we do not have US news. Guess which 2 days I am not trading? I don't think you have to guess. I am not trading Monday, and I won't trade Tuesday. Now I will. I'll trade Monday and Tuesday. But if I said to myself, "Man, I'm exhausted. The last 2 weeks, I've been trading 5 days a week. We've been in here from 7 to noon, and things are going good, but I just wanna take a couple days off, Monday and Tuesday." So if you wanna take off next week and only trade 3 days, trade Wednesday through Friday, okay? Don't trade Monday and Tuesday. I'm stacking the odds in my favor, right? That's what it's all about. The odds that I will make profit, more profit, because that we get the pushes would be trading Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, not Monday, Tuesday. Okay. So I take Monday, Tuesday off. Sorry, I had that up over the that's how I think. That's I learned that a long time ago. We need we need volume. We're gonna have high volume trading going on Wednesday through Friday next week. We're gonna have really high volume trading going on this Friday at non. We need the volume. That again, that creates volatility, which creates our movement, and if we get movement, we get what? We get profit. We need things to move. Right now, let me look at my trades. Right now in gold, now you guys know I put 60 on and closed out 40 up in here. When it hit what? Did it surprise me that it turned there? No. I got a 4-hour support resistance line. I wasn't surprised one bit that did it surprise me that it popped through? Yeah. It surprised me that it popped through that quick. But look how many times it has hit that level. Okay, it popped through back here. In the short term, we can make profit on that. In the long term, no, it doesn't have follow through. And that's trading off hours back here anyway, wasn't it? Yeah, 1 AM in the morning. I mean, that's your London section. Okay. So did it surprise me just now that gold only went and wicked up to that 4 hour? Nope. Am I still holding my position? Yep. Got him a 60. Very confident in this setup trade. Again, if you're drawing um, your retracement lines, not everybody uses trend lines, retracement lines. That would be it right there. That blue line is the top of these candles, the top of that wick and the top and the wick here. So the top of those candles. It retraced down, turned right here. Is it a surprise that it turned right there? No, because it's a low here. Still not in it. We're not taking that green candle. We're waiting on the indicator to signal, which was this long one here. So it happened to signal right when it broke our retracement line, and the 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour all lined back up. I felt very confident at trade, so I went in with 60. This is a larger account. Don't overtrade your accounts. So it just depends on your size. If you're trading with funded accounts, especially your PA accounts, with your eval accounts, if you're doing APAC, you can get away with trading more than what they recommend on the site as far as your max contracts that they recommend you trading. However, when you get to a PA account, that's a no-no. Stick to what the rules are because they watch those very, very closely. The PA, the evals, they could care less. I meant to take platinum on that pullback and did not. It's too late now. Too late for me. So platinum, we had green arrows on the bottom. Again, you're only watching the 1 hour. If you're watching the 1 hour on platinum, that's it. If you're trading short with that, you got the 1 hour lined up, which is fine. We don't always trade when in the direction of the 4 hour. We can trade the pullback, but I want the 1 hour in line. I want the 15-minute 1 hour. So the 1 hour on platinum's red. You're only going to look for shorts. Shorts. We had one here. It pulled back here. And you got the red candle there on that arrow. That would have been the short play on that. Where do we expect it to go. So you only have the 1 hour and 15-minute lined up. Where would you expect platinum to go? Back to test this low. Right now, it looks like the 4 hours wanting to roll over. So I'd be holding my short. I'd be holding my short just on the 15 and the 1. But if that 15 goes green, that's when you would want to make sure that you've closed out partial, because that is with the 4 hour. So to me, if you're trading on the 1 hour and 15 lining up, which a lot of times we are, because the 4 hour candle prints what every 4 hours. So it's okay to trade just when the 2 line up. So the 1 hour, again, at start of market was red. There's start of day. I didn't want to jump in that because I jumped in, ES and NASDAQ. I only will typically at the 7 a.m. jump into. And for me, platinum had 2 things. Platinum had the 1 hour and 4 hour difference. And platinum, I can only trade a couple contracts. Okay. I could trade, if I traded with 2 or 3 or 4, then as it pulled down, when you get a reverse green right here, unless you're closing partial off the tool, if you're waiting on the 15-minute to turn, you would close partial. There we're getting a break at the low. That's why I'm watching you guys. So we're getting a break at the low. So we'd want to see that push. It might pull back to test this, previous low. That line is off. It's an old trade line. I'm taking that off there because that's an old line. So there's your low. It's probably going to pull back, and it wouldn't. Let's say I'm not going to say probably. I'm going to say it would not surprise me if it pulls back to test that area. Gold 1 hour, 4 hours still green. It's on this pullback, so we'd be looking for a green arrow at the bottom. 15-minute come in line. Bitcoin still holding partial on that. Everything's green. Everything's green on NASDAQ ES. There's NASDAQ. And we closed. Remember, I closed partial off that. I only put, what was it, 10? I got to look back at my execution. Oh, I only put 5 on NASDAQ, guys. Yeah. We got a minute and something per candle. So here's NASDAQ. It's not doing the best. I don't really care. So I traded according to my rules. There's my buy. I only bought 5. I really didn't feel strongly comfortable about this one. So I bought 5 there. Everything's lined up. I closed out when? Well, I sold 3 off, closed 3 off at the 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. So I got 2-to-1 on 3 contracts. My stops move. I moved my stop to the halfway to break even mark. So if I get stopped out here, it's no big deal. Yes, I'm going to lose a little bit. Look what, I got $2, negative $1 right now. It's right around my break even. So I'll lose a little bit, but I minimize my risk, my risk exposure. And that is part of great trade management, at least in my eyes. Oh, yeah. Let me remember where I put oil in my market watch list. Oil. Oh, yeah. Oil's under Bitcoin. I'm sorry. It's going to take me a minute to remember what I have under what. So let me get off EQ, NQ. So NASDAQ and ES are on my lower right screens. So that I have it on ES for you guys. I will flip over to NASDAQ once in a while. I'm in those trades. Anytime you see the trade tool up, I'm in them. I drag it, to the right or left as things tick. So my stop is, where's that? Let me make sure I didn't move to halfway on. I don't think I did on ES. So ES, I did close partial. And remember, we've had to do that. I've had to do that a lot on ES the last week. Typically we're waiting on 2 to 1. ES has not hit 2 to 1. A lot of times it has been turning on 1 to 1. So remember, I adapted I still want to trade it. It's still okay to trade, but I've changed my rules a little bit. When it gets to 1 to 1, I've been closing partial, and I don't go in with a lot of high volume contracts like I went in with gold earlier. And I'm out of gold, I believe. Yeah, my gold closed. There's the something alarm, 8:25 alarm. I told you guys I have a ton of alarms on my, sorry, let me, ton of alarms. Here's oil real quick. We got a minute 41 left for the next candle. So there's oil. Hasn't really done much since entry. Right now I'm sitting at, break even on. Is that it? No, I'm up quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't moved. So I'm waiting on it to break this low. I mean, it's clear what it's doing. It's clear it's having a problem breaking that price. You just gotta learn to read the charts. So I'm waiting on that to break. I did get in with 20 on that. It's up like $100. Nothing major. So gold is still 1 hour, 4 hour green, but we had a huge pullback. It stopped me. It stopped my runners out. So again, that's why we closed partial. I locked in profit on this. Remember, I felt very, very confident in that entry. That was a beautiful entry right there on gold. I felt super confident. So on this account, which is larger, I went in with 60. Depends on your account size, and you got to trade it accordingly. I'm not one of those, and you guys know that. I'm not one of them guys that's going to hype up a lot of stuff, and I'm going to get in here on I've seen tons of videos out there. I know one guy that trades, and he's on Instagram, and he's trading a tick chart, which is very exciting when you go down to ticks because you're getting, or seconds, you go down to like a 20-second, 10-second candle. It's very exciting because you're getting candles print like every 10 seconds or 20 seconds, or you're getting every so many ticks. It gets exciting, and they get into, they get all hyper, and that's just not me. I'm here to make money, real money, not, you guys know I'm not even I do the YouTube for you guys, and I'm not interested in, you know, hyping it all up. I'm trying to trade have I had huge trades? I have had huge trades this week. I've had record breaking trades this week. But is that how I try and trade every day? No. Can I get into Bitcoin when it dips to $98,000 and trade it long back up to 100,000, or it drops down to 80,000? Can I trade it long and it goes back to 100,000? Yeah. We've had huge moves in Bitcoin. Last night we traded it and it really jumped. So some of those I will stack into position. So if Bitcoin drops drastically, huge move down, I will look for it to turn, to pull back. I will trade it on an account where I can hold. So Bitcoin, I do trade in here, but I also trade it on an account where I can hold long term. And then I was stacking into that position as it moved. So with stacking in, as something moves in one direction, I'm going to keep adding on contracts. So in the end, I have a ton of contracts on that trade. You can't do that through like funded accounts. And you can't hold anyways on the funded accounts past 5 p.m. Eastern. Most of them, some of them are 4, close out 4. But can I hold and stack in? Yes, I certainly can. Boop. And that's how you build the super huge trades. Stack in, hold them long term. So I do recommend for everybody that you might be funded trading now. That's okay with prop firm. Once you get some payouts, start shuffling some money slowly into a funded or a personal account. I like what ES has done here. Um, so ES pulled down, and then it broke the retracement line, came back and tested it, green candles. Love to see it follow through, and we just know it may not go above that high. So I'd be ready to pull some partials. It's been moving sideways, and it's been moving sideways on and off for the rest of the, or sorry, last week. So I'm going to trade it accordingly. You have to adapt your plan a little bit. Gold's kind of messy right now. Just wicked up. Forex market. Forex market gets a little volatile around 8:30, and then of course in an hour we got the stock market. Here's oil. Still in it. Still not breaking that low. Want to see that break. ES is kind of doing the same thing NASDAQ did. They mirror each other. Look at the two charts. They tend to mirror each other. Sometimes they get a little off balance, and NASDAQ will do its thing. Guys, I have no idea. My days flow together, and since I'm trading multiple instruments, sometimes I can't remember. But I know the other day, and when I say the other day, I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday or last week that um, and some of the charts are out there posted. But remember, I was in ES and NASDAQ, and NASDAQ just started trending for the day, and it was a huge move. My and I can't remember how many contracts I put on the whole trade. I just can't remember the details. That's why I take screenshots. That's why we journal, right? Because I could not tell you even what I did on if I traded Nasdaq yesterday or what I did, just because I'm trading, 6 things and out, and I traded last night, So last night it was gold and oil, or Bitcoin and oil, yeah, Bitcoin and oil. Uh, But NASDAQ kept going and trending, but ES did not. ES just said sideways. So on NASDAQ, though, and you guys know I closed partial, then I closed some more. I think I put 20 on, closed out partial, 15, which is 3/4 of the trade, have 5 left. And then I closed, I think, 2 out or 3 out at another profit level. I think in the end, I had one contract on, and that one contract got up to like $485. That's huge on a one contract, right? And how much do you need per day? Well, if I'm only looking for $1,000 a day, that one trade in Nasdaq, uh, gave me over that amount of money because the one runner itself was 485, half that whole move. If I'm looking for 1,000 a day, the one run almost got to 500. Okay, that's just leaving something on, because if you're already in something, stay in it. So again, if I see that profit, I'm gonna take that profit. I'm not gonna close the whole trade. I'm gonna leave runners on, um, in case it, um, keeps going. Just hold the runner. Did you hit 2 to 1 on platinum? You're out. Alright. Yeah, it's pulled back up above that previous low. Are you gonna look to get back in then, MC, on platinum? Yeah, Candace, and it did. So, I mean, I don't have it extended. I don't Retracement lines I normally don't extend all the way around, but you mentioned that, it basically pulled down to test the backside of that line, yeah. Red candles, the 15 minutes all red on it, and that's what we don't wanna see. We wanna see more green arrows down here. We got 1, and then we're getting a pullback. So we really wanna see more green. Look over at Bitcoin. It's all green on the 1 hour and the 4 hour. We wanna see more green arrows print than red. Okay, that should give you the confidence to get in, stay in a trade, hold the trade. And I think it's got another 2 hours on that. And just don't forget, we've got news coming out. That was the 8:30. We had it come out, sorry. So 8:30 was news, remember? How much time do we got? We got 34 minutes. Yeah, we got 34 seconds before candle closes, but this was the news, remember? We had unemployment claims at 8:30, and what did we have at 8:30 on gold? Well, we had a good wick up. So again, should that surprise you? No. You're supposed to know when news is coming out. We know when it's coming. We look in the morning, we look the night before. I knew Sunday night what news releases were coming out this week. I knew that Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we should get, uh, some momentum off those news, especially Friday, off non-farm. We're gonna get that move. We're gonna get moved. It might not trend, might not take off and trend. It might trend in one direction for the first, half hour, hour, and then turn and go right back to where it started, and I'm fine with that. I'm gonna trade it according to what happened when. I don't know if you guys remember what I said the other day. I'm going to trade, so we just had a candle print, so I'm good for another 2 minutes. So I'm going to trade according to this. I mentioned it the other day. What has happened historically when this news release has come out? It always comes out before non-farm. It's always Wednesday. It's always 8:30. So should I expect things to happen? Yes. Well, how do I know what might happen? I'm gonna do this right here. I mentioned that, I think, on Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday, I don't know. I'm gonna do this right here. I'm gonna go in TradingView, click replay, and go down and punch in each of these dates. I won't type in 8:30. I don't wanna know just what happened right on that candle. I'm gonna type noon, 12. No, I'm not typing noon. So I'm gonna click replay, put that date in, and go to 12 PM Eastern. So flip it to 12 PM. What does my chart look? What did whatever you're trading, gold, ES, NASDAQ, what did they do um, from before news, 7 AM, before the 8:30 news? Did they tighten up? Did they go like really silent, really tight, super tight range? And then what did they do after news? I mean, that's easy to do. It's something you should do. That's preparing for the news release. Non-farm is the biggest news release of them all, and it happens this Friday at 8:30. So guess what you should be doing? Sometime this week, you need to prepare yourself. You better prepare yourself, right? So I've been in, you know, the trade room, been in different discords, and I see people go, why did it move like this just now? They don't know because they're not prepared. 100% not prepared. They have no idea that news is coming out. Just absolutely none. Now, this for me is a trading business. I mean, it's a business for me. It's my job. It's my career. Whatever you wanna call it, I really don't care. But I trade and I trade to make money. I have to make money, you know? So, um, that being said, I need to prepare myself for what's to come. What can potentially happen Friday at the farm, 8:30? What do I need prepared? And also, we have our non-farm, um, Canada up there has theirs. Guess what else will be moving? The loonie will be moving, Canadian dollar. Can I trade that? I love trading Canadian dollar. I have to trade it on my phone though, because I got a bunch of stuff going on here. So, but I've traded on my phone the currency pairs forever. I remember that trip up to Orlando where I went and spoke at that conference. I let Beth drive. She didn't want to drive, but I let her drive. We went up on a Friday, or no, it was the event was Friday through Sunday. So we went up on Thursday night. No, it wasn't Thursday night. It was Friday morning. So we left Friday morning, but nothing was really going on. Was that it or Thursday? We left Thursday morning. We stayed Thursday. Friday event was Friday, Saturday. So when we left Thursday, there was a news release coming out. I had my first phone ever that had a slide out screen, and I could actually trade. I had MetaTrader 4 on that, and I traded on the way to the event. Gold's breaking that. So gold's flipping, guys. I didn't want to see that, but I'm out on the gold trade. But remember, I'm out of runners. That's it. So I'm okay with that. Everything is pretty much turning. Platinum's holding its shorts, and it's trying to break on this candle and stay below that. So it may have another push down to make a lower low. That's what you'd want to see next, is a lower low on platinum. Man, it's windy outside. Is anybody in anything right now? ES is not doing a thing. Sorry. Sometimes I forget I'm on here talking. Did you short? I figured you probably shorted on that pullback. So gold's tested the back of that line that I drew, which over here was just a retracement. That's why you pull partial, guys. Right? This is, you know, that's it right there. I got in long, felt very confident in the trade. I went in heavy though, and I knew my target. And looking at the screen, you guys should all know my target is the previous high. That 4-hour support and resistance levels there. We know that they don't break those levels easily. They don't break them easily. So that was my trade on that. I pulled stop to halfway. So I had 60 on, closed 40, moved my stop to halfway. So yes, on the 20, I took a half loss, which is what? 10 full losses against the 40, not quite 1-to-1. So overall, positive trade. Do I like that I got stopped out? At the halfway point, no. I never like getting stopped out. I'd rather be at break even and get stopped out there, but I don't like pulling my stops tight. I would have been stopped out here, which would have been a better price to get stopped out at, but you never know how far they're gonna run or when they're gonna run. So at the 4-hour level, though, that's my plan. I'm like, "Okay, good entry. I better pull profit when it's the 4 hour," which is what I did. So that's your trade management. You gotta learn it, know it, do it. So on gold, we had it's pulled down, hit that level. The 1 hour and 4 hour are now red. We're printing 15-minute red triangles. Again, you're getting in on the extension. If you get in on the extension, I expect to have a pullback. I'm going to go in lighter on the trade. I'm not putting 60 on right there, not putting even 30 or 20. It's 10. And then we wait for the pullback. You can add in once. If you're on a personal account, you can add in as many times you want. But if you're trading through a funded account, you can add in once through most of the prop firms, and that's it. That's their rule. They'll allow you to add in on a pullback, but they won't allow you just to keep stacking as it goes in the opposite directions. I'm just looking for other entries. Runner on NASDAQ. So I'll flip to NASDAQ real quick on the lower right chart. I'm still in it, but it's everything's. Sorry, that's down. I've had NASDAQ up. I said, sorry, somebody should let me know. That's ES, but NASDAQ is pulling back. Um, so right now everything's still green except the 15-minute on both that and ES. I thought I had a 4-hour zone on Bitcoin, but I forgot I drew that off that wick. That's the zone. Come on, MC, you have to kick platinum or something for us. I don't like on gold that 4 hours kind of flipping back and forth right now. So it may not stay red. I think over the long haul, I think right now we're just having a test of this low over here. And this huge move right here is what's turned the 1 hour. Of course, we've had a huge start move, 15-minute already turned back and forth. But for the most part, look how we've had three triangles on the top. Red. Over here, we were printing more candles on the bottom, except for that area. Huge pullback. So at the top, though, we've had 3 triangles turn red. Here's 4 triangles red. Here's 5 triangles red. What are we getting? What are we in? We're in that move. So that move right there is creating more confirmation that looks like the 15-minute might continue short. 1 hour short. I want to look for shorts. I would only be cautious if the 4 hour stays or switches back. Not in ES or NASDAQ right now. Missed an entry on gold or oil. I'm not chasing that one. Yeah, I see where that would be a small. Did you enter on the 15-minute signal? So ES and NASDAQ, I'm not in them and not trading them till the US stock market opens. I traded them this morning, good with what I made. I may get in. If I get anything, it's gonna be light. Yeah, we'll take that. Oh, I forgot where I. Oh, yeah, I missed oil and it really shot up a little bit. Didn't take it. Didn't take it. Don't chase it. One hour's flipping on ES, but not NASDAQ. So I'm going to flip Bitcoin to oil just for a second. So oil is hanging up there like a flagpole. But right now, and I missed the entry. I didn't take it. I need to pull some of these off the chart. I'll pull those lines off here, off screen. It came down. We were in a bearish move. It came down and bounced here. 1 hour flip, 15-minute. That's an entry. Doesn't really go anywhere. Comes back. Another 15-minute with the 1 hour. That's an entry. And you got to pinpoint the highs, previous highs to where it goes. Right now, I wouldn't think about jumping in because of where it's at, because of that high right there. So it would have to break that. So we've had a huge extension on it. So we would expect a pullback. Can it just keep going? We saw that Bitcoin last night where it just kept shooting, up. So yes, it can. Is it more likely to pull back? It is with the market swings. It moves in swings. So what I'm waiting for on that is either a break up above, pull back to test this price point, and then I might look for an entry to go long there. I would go in a little lighter because the move's already, begun. It started down here when the 1 hour flipped. But 4 hours looking like it wants to change. So again, if it goes up through the top of that high, pulls back to test it, gives me a green candle signal, that's my traditional, chart, technical trading. We don't need that on platinum. We got one on platinum. So Bitcoin has. We don't want to do that, do we? pulled back to test that support level. It did not go down to that green box. But right now, of course, the 1 hour, 4 hour green and the 15-minute just turned back green. So I'd like to see it break those highs. Which one was all the lines on? That was oil. Platinum is doing its thing. It's got a nice retracement. Did you do good on Ivan on oil? You may have where you got in and stuff. If so, I apologize. I can't read all this at the same time. I used to have a third monitor up and I took it down. I'm probably going to put it back up. Oh, you got so MC got 2 for 2, 2 wins for 2 wins on the signals. And are you taking the 15-minute or do you have another profit target? I'm just curious how you're using. So he probably, I think MC maybe shorted there, and here was another 15-minute. That would have been a small one. So yeah, I can see if you took this one right here, then you would have closed when it moved down. And basically, what is that? Right where platinum turn. That's an inside of the bottom. I mean, it wicked past it a little, testing the low, right? But that 3-minute candle just closed right at that inside bottom. That's what you don't want to see, right? I mean, as you're watching signals, you don't want to see that. You'd rather see it close, down below the inside bottom and then close below this low. You don't always get what you want. So, but if you learn these charting techniques, it doesn't surprise you. Hey, that candle closed right at the inside bottom. It just should not surprise you. So it pushed past. I think then when it pushed past, you closed. I don't know what price you got in it. Oh, okay. So you did get 2 times profit on your first. Oh, that was the first trade. Okay. So 2 times profit on the first trade, which we can see after that signal, it went down. The first signals were really strong. The last one, we just didn't get a move off of it. That's all it is. And you never know which one's gonna be the one that's going to go further than the other. So you just can't be hesitant getting into trades. I know that happens a lot. You'll take a loss, it'll be a full loss, and then you're hesitant getting in the second trade when it moves, and then you get in too late and you actually take another loss. It's not because it didn't move, it's because you got in later because you hesitated because of what happened the first time. You got battle scars. So oil just 3-minute oil at least closed above that uh, level, previous highs, what that line is. And it's testing it now. I don't know if that's going to hold. We'll see. We got like 47 seconds for the this candle to close. I don't think it's going to hold, but we'll see. And you have to know that if you're on a 3-minute time frame, 5-minute time frame, 10, doesn't matter. Those levels don't hold as well as the 4 hour. They just don't. Yeah. So see, here's oil now. So it went through the previous high and then pulled back down to test it, and it's popping through. Not a good day to trade right now. Why are we having such sideways movement? I'm asking you guys. So it's going to be rougher to trade. But why are we getting all this sideways movement on anything? So again, the 4-hour charts are posted, and what do we got? We got a minute and 42. I mean, this is what I posted. What was this, Sunday? No, this was on the 3rd. So that was Tuesday. That's an updated chart. Where's gold before that? I mean, these are out in the threads. So we got a thread for metals, crypto, indices, energies. I don't really post hardly anything in Forex because nobody's trading for it. So we ever get Forex traders in there, then I will post in there. But I don't feel a need to post in the Forex because a lot of people aren't trading. So we post in metals, typically just platinum and gold. Crypto is Bitcoin only. Indices will be NASDAQ and ES always, and then sometimes the Dow and the Russell. Energies is oil. I don't do gas. I don't think anybody does. So that's where you'll see the charts. So sideways. It's that sideways movement I went over earlier. That's why we're getting, and it's non-farm this Friday. So again, we see that gold's going sideways on the 4-hour time frame. Does that not give us a reason to be cautious? Yes. Can we still trade? Yes. Are we gonna have to pull profits a little sooner? Yes. Are we gonna take more losses? Definitely. You have to be okay with all that. Because that's what you get before non-farm. So again, it should not surprise you. Again, that chart was posted 2 days ago. Posted on the 3rd. Yeah, 2 days ago. So sideways movement. We're trading it from the top of the bottom and sideways. It's in that 4-hour range. We know it's in a 4-hour range. I knew that, Sunday. Well, I know it week before. I mean, it's the end of the month. You're like, okay, next week is not fun. So you'll just years of trading. It just, it's almost the end of the month. It's next week's gonna be non-farm. But Tuesday, it was nothing but sideways on gold. Well, non-farm's coming out. So Tuesday night, hey, yeah, non-farm's coming out on Friday. Gold sideways on a 4-hour. Can I trade it? Yes. Should I pull profits quicker? Yes, you're partial. Move stop to halfway or to break even. Can you take more losses? Yes. If that's the case, trade with less contracts. That's going to minimize your risk. That's all part of your account management. So we have trade management. That's getting into trade. pulling partials, moving stops. We have risk management or account management. That is um, trading and managing your risk overall, your risk exposure by moving your stop to halfway and then to break even, right? You're lowering your exposed risk after it moves to like a 2 to 1 or 1 to 1 or 3 to 1. So that is all part of great trade management or trade management, account management. It is all tied together. And once you do that and do what I'm saying now, for the 4 hours sideways, can I trade it? Yes. When gold goes to the bottom, I can trade it long. When it goes to the top, I can trade it short. That's my plan because it will more than likely be sideways until non-farm. So trade it accordingly. Is it riskier today? Is it riskier tomorrow? Yeah, or today, yesterday? Yeah. So I need to close partial maybe a little sooner, and you're only getting 1 to 1. And if you don't like that, don't trade. And definitely lower your contract size. That's everything that should be going through your head while you're trading. And you decide in the morning. Decide before you ever place a trade. Hey, this is my plan. I have several plans. I went in on 60 on gold. It broke this. And my plan was to stop at the 4 hour when it hit up to the 4 hour because that is a 4 hour sprint resistance line. Guess what I did? I did just that. My plan was to get in at 60, I went in heavy, and close 40 when it hit the 4 hour. That has to be my plan. That 4 hour line is drawn on this chart, or actually, it's a midline here. I drew two other lines last night. Was it last night? So there's two other lines. There's one right back here off this swing that you see is extended, and then there's another one right here off that area. Let me see where platinum is on this. So again, you can't doubt yourself. You can't sit there and doubt yourself. Go, man, I'm a trader. If you take losses today, I can guarantee you're taking losses today. We could almost guarantee it yesterday. It's still before non-farm, and we know that the market settles down. If the market settles down before a news release, that's going to create sideways movement. Trade accordingly or don't trade at all because you are going to take more losses, especially before non-farm. So this week, I would expect more losses overall. And this may be the week that you've taken more losses. I don't know. Yeah, non-farm's tomorrow. So non-farm is the first Friday of every single month. However, if the first and second falls on a Friday, they'll usually have it the next week. If the first falls on a Friday, they won't have it. So they move it if it's the first or second falls. On the third, I've seen them move it, but I've also seen them have it on the third. So I don't know the rules to their game. I don't think they do either. Cool. I just want to make sure everybody's making money. And like I said, we're going to take losses, so minimize your risk. And that's going to be by adjusting contracts, closing partial, probably early, probably at the 1 to 1, and pulling your stop to that halfway or break even. That you have to, and you're going to do it aggressively because we're sideways. And again, we expect the sideways movement. Oh, I'm sorry. I got platinum on the upper right. I need to. Bitcoin, the 1 hour is turning red, and that's because that downward move. Now, here's the thing about the signals. 15 minutes going to go, and then the 1 hour, and then the 4 hour. On consolidated days, we already know that the 15-minute has had a good move down. The 15-minute time frame. We're looking at red arrows, and red arrows keep, these printed more than that. That's about the same as that. So it might be slowing down. That's what I say. So if the 15-minute is printing more and more red arrows, we're looking at that bearish move to continue. The 15-minute has slowed down. I mean, 5 arrows here and only 4 here. It's slowed down because we had this pullback in here, and we've had a pullback here. So it may be coming to an end, which means it may have a deeper pullback. Okay, it may pull on up here. Plus the 4 hour is still green. You got to remember that trading any of this, trading when because if you're I wouldn't trade just off 15-minute. I would want the 1 hour and 4 hour, or 1 hour and 4 hour to be in my trend direction. Okay. So if everything's lined up red, you're good to go. Like I was on gold, everything lined up green. I was good to go. I maxed my contracts. It had the retracement line break. Boom, I was in. Full contract size, 60. Well, would you have shorted on that red arrow? I wouldn't have, because not even the 1 hour. So I missed out on that move. It's just a pullback. And on the 4 hour, it's still green. And look at what it finally pulled back to. It finally pulled back to this low. So it finally, on this move down, because remember over here we were watching it and drew this inside top line and drew this box. So it's right there. And then it came back and bounced again, respected that inside top level, pulled back, finally broke it. But what did it respect? The previous low. So I would love to see the 1 hour flip back green. Gold is trying to turn the 4 hour red. I don't know if it's going to follow through or not. So we wait. And again, don't expect great moves. I didn't. When I woke up this morning, I was not expecting great moves. Why? It's before non-farm. Even though we have a news release come out, it's before non-farm. Everything's getting tightened sideways. So I'm not in anything right now. Oh, I am in gold. I'm in the negative on gold right now. I got in when the arrows were printing red up top, and then the the 1 hour was flipping. So, anyways, like I said, I started to say the signals aren't going to give you great signals today. It's going to be back and forth, and that's what we're getting. Again, why? Because of non-farm. Why? Everything's getting sideways before non-farm. Everything's tightening up. So if we expect that, we know what's ahead for the rest of the day and today. I mean, those charts are posted now. I didn't post them last night. Sorry about that. I got kind of busy late at night. And then we were trading Bitcoin also. Where is that? So I did, when this candle change? Oh, wait, we got 4 seconds for a candle change if you wanna look at the signals and see. It's all, we got the US stock market open in 15 minutes. So more than likely, I'm just gonna switch over to NASDAQ and ES. I do expect some movement. I don't expect great. So that's the difference. So look at the signals, see what you got. I'm gonna move a window over. So we have about 2 minutes. I'll move a window over. Probably won't take this whole 2 minutes, but this is oops, sorry. This is the trade from Bitcoin. That's the runner. I don't I know I posted in here probably. Maybe I didn't in this one. I posted in your day trade chat. We were in there trading. So I posted Bitcoin. So I got in Bitcoin down here. Why did I get in Bitcoin? Well, Bitcoin was all green. Everything's green. So I got it. Even though it's making all-time highs, okay? Um, and I only went in with 2. This right here, this close, this buy 2, that was actually a close from when I was in short. Okay, that's why that one's there. I didn't mark it with the little thing. So that's why those 2, that's not a buy. So it's not in this part of this trade. It was closing out 2 I had short. So I got in here on this, um, decided to jump in light with 2. So it broke what? It broke a previous high. I said, "Okay, if it breaks that high, I'm gonna get in. I'm going in light. I'm going in with 2." I just didn't wanna take the extra risk. This is at, it's like around 9:30 last night, okay? Late in the Asian session or, a couple hours in. So I went in with 2 thinking I'll add to my position if it does what? If it pulls back to test that high. Well, it didn't. It just took out. So that's part of why I mentioned that if you don't wanna miss a move, I didn't wanna miss it. I'm like, Bitcoin's been making higher highs. We know what it's been doing. So if I get in, or if it breaks and closes above, I'm gonna go in, but go in light. If it pulls back, I'll go in and add some. Okay. But it never did. So I was glad I added the 2 on the break. Because if not, I would have missed it. It would have taken off. I could have entered on any pullback, but I'd have been trying to get in on pullback. So just with the 2 contracts with where it sits here, you'll see that was up 336. Well, I closed out partial here. I closed out 1. I only had 2 on. So when it came up and hit level 4, which is what? 3 times my risk level. That right there is huge. Trade management. That's what you should be doing. Closed out partial 1 at, if I would have put on 10, I would have closed out here at the 2 to 1. So I closed out at 3 to 1 with 1 and had the rest on. Eventually, I got stopped out, and I'm okay with that. I did post this. That's what I made on it. Not a bad trade. I lost some. I lost what, 10% back? And then there's the trades. I'm not gonna leave that up long. I don't think you need to see all that, but there they are. A couple little losses against, and then it was oil. So oil, I won't go over all this, but basically, that was a close from in the morning. It pulled back. What I did was I drew a trend line from this high to this high. Boom. Drew a trend line from this low to this low. There it is. And then I drew that wedge or triangle waiting on a breakout. Well, what I did was I added, what is it? 10 contracts here, 10 contracts when it broke the retracement line that went up. It went down. Well, when it pulled back and tapped this trend line, which again was drawn from that point to that point, what did I do? I added 20 in on the pullback because that's the test of the downtrend line. And then I waited, and I got a red signal on the triangle. So I added in 20. I felt confident in that more than this one. This one was just a trend line break. So I went in light with 10, knowing that it should go back and test the backside of that line and possibly the trend line. This is what's going through your head, and then wait on a you get the pullback, you get the red candle, boom, you jump in. So I added 20 of that. Felt very confident in that because it pulled back, and there you go. It went. Closed partial at 2 times, 2 to 1 risk, and then, I closed or no, I sold off another 5. I added back in. So I added 5 in on the push. Once it broke this low, I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna add." That went through the negative for a while. It went back to test this 2 to 1 level or 1 to 1 level, and then it moved. I didn't close partial again. I got closed out on this pullback, so I just trailed my stop on the rest got pulled back. So on oil overall, that's what I made. I made 1,000 on it, but lost back 100. Is that not another good trade? Yes, it is. There's the trade. So, overall, this is last night, 941 locked in profit on that, and then 2,300, almost 2,400 on that one. So, um, but those broke. They broke and moved. So I just, I'm not going to always post like that. I just kind of wanted you guys to see because we were in there trading together. And it's not, you guys know it's not to brag or anything. And if I really wanted to, I could put on, I trade the way I need to make money. I don't trade to hype nothing up. I'm not that person. Never want to be that person. I just like to trade and make my money. When I stop getting payouts, one of my accounts is an IRA. I don't touch that. I don't draw against it. Now, here's what I do with it. With your retirement accounts, you can invest. And so that's one of the accounts I'm trading is an IRA account. And you can do that. You can also buy mobile homes, mobile home parks, real estate. What's the other business I'm in? Real estate. I was in construction my whole life, right out of high school, right at 18. June, school ends, I went to work for the contractor down the street. He did everything himself but mechanicals, electric, plumbing. He did light plumbing, but and light electric. We ran outlets and new lines, but not panels. He wouldn't do a panels pump. So other than electric, major electric, HVAC, and really plumbing, we did everything. Water heaters and mains, and I mean, that's pretty easy. So I learned everything and went from there. So I still do real estate. I will not go out and change a toilet or a sink faucet or an outlet or panel or swap a breaker. I don't do any of that unless it's here at the house or at my grandma's family. I'll help out or I'll send one of the guys out. They used to work for me. So I don't have that end of the business anymore, but I still buy houses to flip and also to hold for rental. So you can borrow money in your retirement accounts. They can invest. And it's a huge way to build up your retirement account. To buy a house where you got 150,000 all in and you're selling it at 230, or 200, and you make 50,000, 40,000 on it, or even if I buy one and we've got a lot around here that sell at 150. That's fixed up in some of the towns around. So if it's going to sell at 150 all fixed up, I'm buying it below 100 because typically we're putting 30 or 40 in it. But and typically if it sells for 150, we're only making about 20 to 30 on it. But 10 houses making 20,000 is about 200 grand. Profit. Do that in your retirement account and watch it grow. But that's all I do in real estate anymore. Bitcoin is trying to break that low. It's trying. And gold, the 4 hour, it looks like the 4 hour may hold on gold, guys. We still got about 34 minutes before the 1 hour or the 4 hour candle actually closes. And along with the indicator, I'm specifically watching how it's printing the marks because we had that happen the other day where the 4 hours like this on gold, where it's back and forth. And then when the 4 hour candle closed, it actually backtracked, and I don't like that. But that's because we're down on a 3 minute, um, and it just keeps printing. So I'm specifically watching that kind of stuff so I can fix it. So ES, we had a buy here. I did not buy. Its market is opening in 3 minutes. Again, nothing but sideways. If you're getting ready to, as soon as I place a trade, if I execute a trade, I will take the buy sell buttons here. Oh, and you guys don't need those. I'm sorry. So if I execute a trade and say I bought uh, on NASDAQ, well, then I go instantly up here and I will change that to the 8. If that's what I'm going to close, getting ready to close, right? I might as well prepare early. There's no need to wait. And then when it hits my close partial area, then I have to open, click down a couple contracts, and hit sell. I might as well get it ready as soon as I place trade. If that's my plan, I know what's going to happen. I mean, the entries already kind of happened on NASDAQ. I'm kind of getting in late on it. Oh, sorry, you're on ES still. We got a minute ahead. So there's NASDAQ. And the short, I had the short tool on there. I was trying to see if it actually, how the 15-minute only played out, which didn't play out at all. And that's why we trade with the 1 hour and 4 hour. So like Bitcoin, I don't know if anybody shorted it, but the 15 minutes we went over how they're red and they're getting more red, more 1 hour to red. It closed below that previous low. The only caution is we have a low here. Well, it tapped it, pulled back, but that would be a short, and you would short it light because you have a low right there. I would, at least. I wouldn't short. I'm not going in with 60 contracts on that. That would be like a 5 for me. I wouldn't even put 10 on that because the previous low is right here. So I'm not even putting 10 on that one. I'm putting 5. Now when it pulls back, pulls back and kind of respects this area, then definitely I could, and I would have drawn a line here if I was watching it and ready to enter. There's the 9:30. I told you guys, and they'll just go off. I'm not shutting off on my alarm. That's the 9:30 U.S. stock market open. So we're watching specifically ES and NASDAQ to see how they handle market open. Along with that, we're getting, I did get in platinum earlier. So I actually have 4 on platinum. I'm getting ready to close some. There's the trade. So I'm up $340 on platinum and it's starting to rip. That is a 4-hour support and resistance. So I need to get in here and I'm closing off half. I'm closing 2. It's at 440. Put in 2, put in buy. I just closed off 2 of the 440. So I got 220 on that. I haven't drawn my position to it. My stop was way out of the way, guys. I left it way out of the way. I like to give it room. I'm going to modify this order to 2 to match the trade. And then I have to decide if I want to move to break even or not. I could move it down here and just call it a day on platinum and say, okay, I'm at break even. If I did that, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm at break even, just manage my stop. I could give it a little more room. I think I will pull break even on the 2, and I will look for it. If it breaks the 4-hour and goes down to profit targets, I'll close 1 more hour because I only have 2 more. I'm going to specifically watch this low right here, the candle body. So I'm kind of putting my trade at risk by having it there, right? It is so close to that low. Ideally back here to give it a little room, that would be a better stop placement for me because I'm putting it, if I move my stop to break even, I am putting my stop very, very close to this low. I sat negative for a while. I actually didn't get in until the start of this candle and sat negative for quite a while on it. Almost got stopped out. So I have to decide where I want to put it. If I pull again to break even, I'm almost guaranteed to get stop as it, looks like it's going to pull back. If I leave it here, say above the inside top, I know if it goes past this low. So I'm going to leave it there. I'll take a small loss against the gains, and then I'll get this out of your way. So good trade on that one. And I think MC traded that down and already because the 15-minute signal that realigned, that was what right here. I got to turn my crosshairs back on. So the actual trade, and you'll see it pop up on the platinum chart, was that right there where I just drew the position tool. You'll see it pop up. So that right there is the official trade. I got in late, like way late. But that's the official. There would be your stop above the high, or you'd go back here and use this one. If you're doing current high, you'd be above that. If you're doing previous high back here, your stop's there. If you're doing the previous high. So overall, that move off that signal, played out well. It hit level 2, which is 1-to-1. My stop was tighter on this one. I don't like the platinum moves well, and it seems to move in one direction quite a bit before it turns and moves in that. I mean, you look at platinum and look at the swings. It's pretty nice. That's a nice move down. Nice pullback, nice move down. Overall, nice pullback. It just kind of, it's not a nice straight pullback. Let's say that. And then another nice push down. It's probably going to take, my stop's above that. So that's the original entry. and where I closed was at 9441. So 9441, where I closed, is um, about, oh, it was right above that 4-hour support resistance level. Remember, I had a reason for closing my trade. It's right there where the X is. And my reason should be evident as to, or obvious as to why I closed there. I closed. It looks like I closed at the low, right? It turned. It's like if you didn't see the 4-hour, so say I took that 4-hour off here and you didn't see that, I didn't have that 4-hour line on the chart and I'm down on platinum, you would look at that and go, man, how did he know? How did he close at the absolute bottom before it turned? How in the world did he predict that? Well, I didn't. I had a 4-hour support and resistance off. There's the magic, guys. That's it. So again, if I pull the line off there and post that chart, you guys would go, man, I don't understand it. I don't understand how he got in a trade and he closed at the absolute bottom of before it turned and pulled back. He's got some kind of magic. No, I don't. It's the 4-hour time frame, support resistance. No surprise. Let it turn there. Touched it and pulled back. That's the secret sauce right there. It's trading with the higher time frames. I'm going to move this over. Might move the camera. I don't know. 3 for 3. Nice. MC's 3 for 3 so far. You trading platinum only this morning, I'm assuming, since you're so used to it. And that you got kind of an edge on that because you've been watching it trade. I know trading the 3 minutes new for you. Yeah, we're getting. Let's see where they hit. I'm just checking on NASDAQ and ES. So we're green across the board, NASDAQ and ES, but they're getting really huge pullbacks. Again, their market just opened at 9:30. I don't suggest trading NASDAQ. Um, I mean, it's a little riskier than ES, but ES hasn't gone anywhere. Like the last week, it just, after entry, it's hit like 1-to-1 and typically died out. So knowing that, I just don't trade the large contract size. I'll get in it. I mean, if I see an entry, I'll get in it. It might only be with 2 contracts or 4 contracts. I'm okay with that. Because again, my goal for me is what I shoot for is 500 a day minimum. If I only do 500 a day, that gives me 10,000 a month. Ugh, I need to make sure this. I know I got alarms going on. I need to check in if Tyler's trading. So he was trading yesterday. I asked him if he wanted to get me up, if he was going to come in here and trade with us. Yeah, wake me up. I tried. He didn't get up. So he gets up about 9, starts trading back in his room. So he's got a whole setup. I got him on a laptop. That's all he needs, but it's hooked to a 32-inch monitor. And he's trading Bitcoin and gold. So he gets in there, and I told him, "Do you want me to get you up? You can come down and trade with me." Yep, do it. So he gets up at 9. Something's wrong with this platform. He's trying to place trades. It's not working. He's like, "I placed a trade. I lost $8. It looked like the trade never went, but I still lost $8. Like as soon as he placed it, it rejected the order." And I'm like, so he sends me a text. He goes, "I tried calling you twice." I'm like, "Well, remember from 7, 8, I said, while I'm trading till noon, my phone is on do not disturb. Everybody that knows me knows not to. If they call me, they're not going to get me. They're going to get voicemail. Everybody that knows me knows, except my son. He forgets." I'm like, "Tyler, I was down in my office." "Oh, I forgot." I'm like, because I was like, "Why didn't you come get me? I would have come back and fixed it or looked at it." And he's like, "Oh, I forgot." I'm like, "Well," I said, Monday through Friday, I'm at the computer trading till noon." I'm like, "How could you forget that?" It's like I have like time every day. He's had the last couple of days off. So, and I told him, I said, "Are you trading non-farm with me?" So hopefully he will. We'll see. And I mentioned that yesterday because you guys know he passed a PA account months ago. So he's got payouts on the PA account. He passed it in 3 days. That was using the early on signals of this, which is that right there, the buy and sell signals. That I just flipped it on Bitcoin. So he used the early on version. I am trying to incorporate those signals in on ours. But as you'll see, it times out at the 1 hour. So when the 1 hour changes up on Bitcoin, change to red, signal sell. The 1 hour change back to green, signal to buy. That's the early on of the signals. However, um, it doesn't show you the 4-hour time frame on that. But that's what he traded, how he passed his first evaluation account, and he did it in 3 days. And he wasn't over trading because when I opened the account for him, set him up with the indicator and all, got him set up with Trading View, I said, "Only put on 10 contracts max." When it goes in, he's closing 8 as a partial, leaving 2 runners, but he's adjusting his stop to break even. So that's what he was doing. He would take that sell right there. He would sell, put on 10 with the stop above the high. And when he gets to his first take profit level, then he's closing 8, moving stop to break even. And then on like this pullback, he'd be stopped out, but then he would be looking to place a buy on that signal right there. I'll leave that on for the day. So he would have bought there. He sat through a little pullback and he'd be in profit. So that's exactly how he traded. He was only doing gold, only doing 10 contracts, closing 8, moving stop to break even, getting stopped out a lot on the break even on the 2 runners, and that's fine. But then he had a couple runners that went further and he just adjusted a stop. So he did really well at sticking to the rules I set up for him, followed the instructions well. And I think we created the account Tuesday night. He started trading Wednesday. So he sent me, I was gone Friday afternoon, and he sends me an image of it was only a $25,000 Apex account. So he only had to make 1,500. On a $25,000 Apex, you make 1,500, you pass. And on the PA account, you have to make 1,600 to get a payout. On the eval, you make 1,500 to pass, you blow 1,500, you're failed. The account's gone. So, he sends me a picture Friday afternoon, and it's of the 26,500. He made the 1,500. And I said, "Did you stop trading, close your trades?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Don't trade in it anymore because you've passed. But until they send you the stuff for the PA account, if you trade in it and go below that target that you've hit, um, it's not passed. You still have to trade it till you get back over there." That's just the way it's set up. And he's like, "Can you look and see?" And I'm like, "Tyler, it won't go till after midnight." I'm like, "So I'll check tomorrow, Saturday." Checked. He was excited, still wasn't there. I said, "Well, we'll check Sunday." I said, "Worst case," I said, "you can trade Monday morning." But by Sunday night, he got the information. He got his little certificate, was all excited. I was excited for him, but he did it in the 3 days, trading to the rules. Now, he didn't overtrade. I went back and looked at his trades. I could see the signals on the chart, where he got in and out, and, he did really good. So, he came to me the other day. He's been trading gold in the PA account, getting payouts. Gold's been rough. Gold's been sideways. And he asked me, he's like, "Can I trade Bitcoin?" And I'm like, "You can, but not in your PA account." I said, "You passed it. We bought him the lifetime." I said, "Look, you worked hard to pass it. You've been making money on it." I'm like, "I don't want you to blow it." Okay. I said, "I just don't want you to blow it." And I said, "I'm fine with you trading Bitcoin, but you are going to practice first." I'm not even letting him um, trade like gold in the PA account and switch over to paper or the eval account to trade Bitcoin. I'm not letting him doing that. I said, "While you're learning to trade Bitcoin, I if you trade gold still, that's fine, but don't touch the PA." So he's like, he didn't like that. He wanted to trade gold in the PA and go Bitcoin on the eval account. And I said, "No, it's too much flipping back and forth to him. He's never done it. He's going to be logging, and he's only got the 32-inch screen." So what he would literally do is log into the PA, trade gold, log into the eval, and trade Bitcoin. I said, "That's just too much going on. You're going to forget you got trades on, and I don't want you doing that." So right now he's doing gold and Bitcoin, split screen, two on a screen, and he's looking at what you guys are looking at, not this one. Oh, sorry, I took that off. No, so he's not using this one on there. Supposed to be not, but he might still have it on, which is fine. It just tells you when the 15. But see how it's um we got a sell here, and then we didn't get these in here. We just had a sell and a buy so far on it. So I'm still trying to adjust it. That's why we're in test phase on this. I wasn't going to put it out there till end of year. I was going to try and fix everything first, but this one here where it says sell and buy, it will give you super, super huge mixed signals during off hours. And that's what I told him. I said, "You can only trade this during the first few hours of the US session, or the first few hours of the Asian session." And then there was one morning where he was trading at 3 to 4 in the morning. He was trading London session without even knowing it. Just up. I'm finally getting a push on gold. Oh, I forgot to mark my trade. Nope, I need to turn that back on. So I'm proud of him. I'm proud he wanted to continue also, and keep trading. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing that, guys. That is not where I got in. I kind of cheated over here. Not abandoning the rules, right? What in the world? No, absolutely nobody is in this room. And something started making a noise over there. Sorry, that's not the I don't know why I'm drawing that. I'm drawing that wrong. Sorry, guys. Messing with your gold chart, I know. So again, I don't expect much on days like today. So, and again, going back to your goals, hopefully you guys have made a goal. I think most everybody, most everybody that's in our Discord, knows that I'm big on that. I am big on what's your monthly goal? And like I said, I've had people say, "Oh, don't trade for money. Don't trade for dollars." Well, why am I sitting here? I need to make money doing something. If I'm not making money here and not trading to make money daily, so I get a weekly paycheck or monthly paycheck, then I have to go get a job somewhere, right? Got to go work for somebody else. Don't want to do that. I'd rather sit here and trade, drink my coffee. So that being said, I am trading for money. I am trading for a paycheck at the end of the week, at the end of the month. The bonus runners I leave on, that's my bonus paycheck. So when NASDAQ um, kept trending the other day and I made $485 on a runner, that's part of my monthly bonus. I treat this like a business. It's my career, it's my job, it's a business. I get bonus checks every month. Some months are bigger than others. I love bonus checks. That's how I treat it. You know why? Because wouldn't you like to be working for somebody and your boss give you a bonus check every month? Some months it might be 1,000, 500, 2,000, 3,000, 2,500. Doesn't really matter. But at the end of the month, you're going, man, my boss just gave me that. That's how I treat it. Now I am my own boss, but guys, that's how I treat it. Oh, look, my boss gave me $2,500 for trading in November. What am I going to do with that? Oh, Christmas is coming up. I got a $2,500 bonus check. So the bonus is above and beyond what you need to live on for your daily trades. I think if everybody starts treating their trading like that, I think they'd be a little more successful. Like I said, locking in partial. After all, I'm not sitting here for my health. It's not healthy to sit all day, anyways. So, and if I wasn't making money, I would not be sitting here. If I wasn't making money, guess who would be a little upset with me? My wife would. Yep. So she's fine with me sitting here all day because I'm paying the bills, making money. Goals change over the years. When I first started, I had to make 5,000 a month. I only need, when I say I only need 10,000 a month, that is absolute minimum that I need to pay our bills. We live what I make. Um, and she gets paid really well. She's a CPA, private CPA, not public anymore, for a private firm. So she gets paid really well and loves what she does. She's a numbers girl. But so I have to lock in money each day. That is the absolute minimum I need. And so what is that? It's 500. That's it for the that's what I need. I had someone ask me the couple months ago. I don't know, it was like on the euro trade and I was up like 10 grand or something. They're like, "But wait a minute. Isn't that what you need to make per month? Why are you still trading?" Well, well, if I can make more than the 10 grand a month, then that's all the better. And sometimes I'm trading just in my IRA account. Well, that's retirement money that I'm building up. So a lot of the bigger trades are in that account, and those are forex trades typically, not these trades on the futures. I'm up a little on Nasdaq, not a whole lot. It's going. So Nasdaq is still printing 15-minute red arrows. I don't know if I have those on. Oh, I do have those on here, don't I? That's a yes. I'm sorry. I don't want it on the yes. It gives 100% bad signals on the yes. So I am in short. Oh, I'm on a 1 minute. Sorry on that. Here's what I'm looking at. Here's the 1 minute. And it signals sell here. Again, this is the old one. So uh, I've tried to make this signal sooner. So I had a sell signal here. That's the old indicator. And I've tried to make it signal a little sooner. So the 15-minute actually first time turned red here. So that would be your entry. It moves to looks like about a 1-to-1 if you stop there or close. And it just pulls back, and then you get another signal here. So you're holding your trade. You would not have closed partial there, more likely. Some people would have, but this is the old signal. So when he was trading, you're trading a lot of, you're in the negative a lot right away. And the buy up here on Bitcoin, you get in, well, you're in the negative for a while. Look at where the 15-minute signal here. And I'm up on Bitcoin. So what I've tried to do is, one, I created the I just have my name on there, the scalp, whatever. So it was decent, but a lot of times you're getting in, you're just sitting through a pullback. So how I had to handle that, now he's still putting on 10, but what I told him is when it signals, you might want to go in with 5. And when it pulls back, gives you another, like, I'm trying not to teach him a lot because he's got a girlfriend, he's got a job, he's got school still, he's got baseball training now. So I'm trying to not teach him everything like highs, lows. He knows about the highs. Place your stop above the high for sure. Below the low if you're going long. But not about like draw. He was not interested. I started teaching about, well, we draw a retracement line here. Okay. He just did not, I could tell he did not wanna learn all, he doesn't wanna learn all the ins and outs of the highs and lows and everything. He just wants something to tell him when to trade, he takes the trade, and I'm fine with that because that gives me a huge test subject. I mean, he's my test subject. He's the one that started using this along with me. Well, a lot of times when we entered, it was pulling back. So I'm like, "Should we not enter there and just wait for the pullback?" And you look at this chart and go, "Yeah, I wouldn't enter there, I'd wait on the pullback." Well, that's hindsight. But when the chart's like this and you get a signal to short and you don't know what's gonna happen, what would you have done then? So it's easy to look back now and say, "Oh, yeah, I'd waited till that red candle." That's easy to look back, and you would have got in at a better price. However, when the signal come up, you can either take it full. He's doing full 10. He's sitting with the pullback. He's going with the stop back here. So he's got some decent stops against his gains. But what do we do if it's a little riskier? So it's already moved down, a little riskier, but we don't want to not take it because we don't want to miss out if it just breaks and runs. If that would have just started dropping after that signal and you didn't trade, you're waiting on pullback, well, you missed it. Yes, you got in on a pullback. This one pulled back, but what if it just breaks and keeps running short? You never get a pullback. Well, then you missed the whole trade. You just you missed it. So what I told him was, I said, "What you could do is go in with 5. Go in half, and then when it pulls back, gives you the red candle, put in another 5." And that's when I was trying to teach you, just go in 5. And then when as it pulls back, you're gonna draw a retracement line, and then when that retracement line's broke, what do we do? Wait for a red candle and get in. He didn't wanna learn none of that. He just didn't. He's not interested in learning, pullbacks, draw a line, wait for it to break, enter. Because entering, say, on this candle, when it breaks that retracement line, you're getting in at a better price than getting in here. So go in 5 when it signals. You can add 5 more in after the pullback. And he's like, he just didn't want to learn any of that. And I'm okay with it. It's his trading business, not mine. Gold's popping, guys. I hope you're in it. I got in it kind of late. And I only have 10 on. I have moved my stop. It's hitting that blue line again. What do we got on candles? Minute 58. So everything's red. My 4-hour support and resistance line, I'm not moving it, but you can kind of see the red. We're still red. And again, the red 15 minutes, it looked like it was going to get wide here. This one definitely wider than last. It kind of slowed down. So the 15 minutes only printing, in here where we had a decent pullback. Then we get green arrows here because it pulled back. So right now, the last 2 sections of red arrows kept getting bigger. We have 2 here, then we have like 5 or 6 there, and then we've got a few about the same here. So we're looking at the size of these. So the size of the 15-minute candles, like how many of them printed at the top, we've got more sell signals and buy signals on the 15 minutes. So we hold. We're holding with the 1 hour. Okay. The 1 hour actually went, I kind of shorted early because the 1 hour actually went there. The 4 hour was already red. So I shorted on a red arrow and I got in kinda or no, I didn't. I got in kinda late. This red arrow here, these 2 candles here, that's when I went to short. It just so happened that the next 15-minute one printed. So I shorted right at that close. So I got in kinda I feel late. I'm still up a good amount. That's 550 on the trade, 600. So again, you're making 500 a day. How much is that? I'm closing 8. It's part of my rules. I am closing partial, okay? My stop, I moved down when it started pushing here. When it this one, this candle right here. When this started pushing down, that's when I moved my stop because 'cause I'm like, "Okay, it broke this low." So it broke that low, gives me confident enough to at least move the stop. I need to close this first before we're in a sell, so I need to buy 8, and we're gonna adjust that to 2, and I'm moving the stop, to break even. So if you see a dollar or 2 trade on there, that's why. That's the little $4 trades. So good trade overall. It popped that stupid when I closed the thing, it pops this little order thing on there if you wanna place a trade. When you open the panel, and that's I don't like that. When you guys open the trade panel, it actually pops another line on the chart that you could place a trade with a trail and uh, or a limit order and a stop, and I don't like it. I don't want that manually on my chart. I don't wanna accidentally click it and place another trade. I might close out the one I'm in. So closed out in a good spot. Now I did go down to 1 minute on it. That's what the 1 minute looks like, just to watch it. I was watching the swings on the one. And it's okay if you go down. These signals stay on the 15-minute signals. I don't wanna move on. I'll adjust this up. I'll just have to keep moving the chart kinda manually. Yeah, so you guys can see there. So it's skipping down the backside of that, retracement line. That started as a retracement line. And, it's just the backside of it, it's testing. Tested here, tested there, here, and it's testing again. So we're just catching the little, oh, I dropped that on I selected buy on that. Sorry, guys. So we're getting a pullback. I'm gonna leave my stop on break even on gold. I'm fine with that. Why am I fine with that? I just locked in whatever. Remember, it was up 500 something. Closed out 8, locking in what? Locking in some money because I'm here to make money. Would love to see a push. I have to decide if I'm gonna move my stop because it's getting aggressive and moving aggressively. So, do I want to, um, move my stop? Yet I'm not locking in much. Right now, it's at 148 on the bonus. This would be I have 2 runners on, so this would be part of my, bonus check for the end of the month. Would it not? Yes, it is. So how big do I want a bonus? I don't know. How much? So when I say it's up a little, um, again, do I wanna move my stop down here? I'd lock in about a third, $50 toward my bonus check, and then if it keeps pushing, if it pulls back, test that, it's making really good lower lows and lower highs in here. Like to see that continue. It's steep, but it's really good lower lows, lower highs. That's what we want for our continuation. So it moved, it's made a lower low. Once it moves past the previous low, once that candle shot past that price point, you say, okay, it's going to make a lower low. It's pushing, it's going to form a lower low. You already know it's happening because it pushed past that price point. It can't take back what it just did. Starts pushing. So we know it's making a lower low. So we know it's probably going to pull back and make a lower high. Test this level. You can do all sorts of stuff. I mean, you can draw a trend line off these, project it out, and say, um, this isn't an overall trend line. This is just the down trade line, is what you would list that as. If it pulls back, can you not see it pulling back to test that level? I can. I mean, it starts here, makes a lower, makes a higher. You can even draw with the channel tool. I know some of you have used that where you, and I know I need to get this off the chart for you guys. Got about 21 seconds before the candle closes. I'll be off here by then, have my chart. So with the channel tool, you're picking the two highs and you're pulling this down. Now you'll see it. It's not going to be exact. It never is. I mean, the market's not an exact. It's not going to exactly hit and turn right on my line. If it pulls back, it might not exactly turn that line. But this is technical trading. We're trying to look and see where might it turn. Well, it might turn when it pulls back and hits the top of this channel, but yet it could go back and test this high. So I would have not only that, but I would have these two lines right here. So would it surprise me when it pulls back to test the top of this channel I just drew? Would it surprise me one bit if it goes and wicks up to this level or this level? No, it didn't. And my stop's very, very close to that one. So would it surprise me? No. Would it surprise me if I got stopped out because of how tight my stop is right now? No. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Yeah, and they do. It is a lot with the new people, not trading for money. Um, yeah, IMC. I like the not having to flip charts 1 hour and not having to watch. And that's the thing. You guys are looking at 4 charts. I started out with one, then I flipped to two eventually. Then I flipped to four. I went from 2 to 4 a long time ago. And now I've had them on 8. With the Forex pairs, that one image in my old computer setup, I actually have 9 currency pairs on the monitors on the left. There was 8 monitors. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 9, and it was kind of weird because the monitors, each one's showing like 1.5. I had something in the middle, so it's very distracting. They weren't big monitors, but I'm watching 9 currency pairs on the left screen, and then the left 4. Those were like other currencies I don't always trade. We just started a new candle. Take a look at the signals. Um, Gold is holding. Gold's red across the board. I'm going to hold my trade, and then we'll just See where the runner's at. Platinum still. Am I in platinum? No, I got taken out on the pullback. I am not in platinum. Gold, I'm still in. NASDAQ, I'm in. I'm not in platinum. But this is the that's my computer screen. This is in 2006, my home setup. And then I had a setup at the office that just had 4. These 4 monitors in the middle of the image, those were the 4 currencies that I was trading at the time, the main ones. These over here are currencies I was watching and seeing how so the same thing you guys are looking at, where the 1 hour and 4 hours on the bottom, you'll notice I've got like 3 lines on the bottom. The third one is the 15-minute. I've switched it to where it puts the triangles on the chart because I like that a lot better. I think it's easier to see. It's easier to see if you get if you're all green and everything's green, over here on Bitcoin. So we have green across the bottom, 1 hour, 4 hour, we get green triangles. Well, I can easily see on that this one printed red, that those two 15 minutes. So I think it's a little easier to just come out your face, but but you can see I've got 9 currency pairs over here, and they were like ones I'd look at. And then if I saw one set up in Signal and I wanted to trade it, I would just flip one of these charts over here. That was back in like 2006. I'm not even in Bitcoin, guys. It's too choppy today. It was great last night. Today's just choppy. I keep forgetting to drink my coffee. I don't know how I'm going to wake up. So yeah, I think as you mature as a trader, getting back to the money, um, it is something that we're doing. We're trading for money, but you have to know how to um, what your targets are. I have a dollar goal in mind. For me, it's 10,000 a month. That's what I have to make. That's what I need. Do I make more than that? Yeah. I've never made less than that once I set that goal. Do I have better months than others? Yeah. But that's just I need this to survive. What is 10,000 a month? It's only 500 a day. I don't need to catch a whole swing. I can catch an entry, close partial like NASDAQ the other day. Caught a good entry, closed partial. That partial didn't even make 500. I'd have to look back at it. I think it only made like 185. But if I take 2, 3, 4 of those, am I not making 500 a day? Yes. It's the runner. The runner made $485. So the runner almost made 1 day's pay that I need. Yeah, I don't like TradingView as I love it for charting. I think it's awesome. For trading, it's decent. And you link your broker, which this one I'm logged into today is Trade of 8. Even Forex.com you can trade through this. So I like it. It works well. It's great for charting. Ton of charting tools. Way more. It's way better and easier to chart on this than MetaTrader 4. and a lot of US brokers actually dropped, MetaTrader 4. It's heavily used around the country, around the world, but a lot of the US brokers have switched to over to TradingView, basically. So TradingView is one of the top, um, or most used charting platforms. A lot of brokers have switched to it across the board, but it doesn't really show, as much information as, Tradeovate itself does. Tradeovate, I'm on Tradeovate right now, and I have all my accounts. I can see all my PA accounts on there together in one area. I can see, um, so when you log in and you can see all the accounts, it's called the accounts tab you set up. It's at the bottom of mine. I can see all the PA accounts and I can see, where they're at currently if I have trades on each one. And then you can see the profit and loss, your P&L on all of them. You can see your drawdown on all of them, where you're going to get, blow your account. I don't pull a lot of I have a whole business plan on the trading funded accounts. I just set it up like a business plan. So when I started prop trading, you better believe I just didn't open some funded accounts, some eval accounts, and start trading. And that's who I opened first through was Apex. The reason why is because, the guy at the coffee shop was trading through it. So, and he was using TradingView just to chart. He's trading through Tradeovate. And I'm like, I wasn't trading NASDAQ. He's only trading NASDAQ. So I thought, well, I kind of wanted to help him out. And I was like, okay. So I just opened an Apex account and went with this. But I created a trading plan because I'm like, well, if I'm doing this, it's not, just to sit for fun and trade an evaluation account. I'm going to do it to make money. Let's build a business plan. So I built a bit. They've got a business plan with the prop firms. It's basically they know that most people will buy an eval and blow it. They spend a lot of money. Most people will go in and buy two accounts and go long in one, short in the other. What they're going to make money on both of them because you're buying evals. They know that that person is going to get a PA. They're going to spend the lifetime $160 or whatever it is based on size, a lifetime amount, and then they're going to blow that too. That's what they know. The odds are that everybody's just going to be blowing accounts. Bitcoin completely turned, guys. I mean, it just completely turned. I am not in it. I'm glad I'm not in it because I would have been in long or holding long. Plus the time of day, it's 10:30. So I don't think I'm going to get into anything else. But anyways, back to the prop firms. You build a whole trading strategy around it. You're building a business. At least I was. Oh, sweet. Yeah, we're getting some huge retracements. That's that deeper retracement we're getting on a lot of these. Yeah, Bitcoin just flopped, and we had a sell signal here. But I'll tell you this, and this is the old indicator. I only use this on gold. So I did not test the old one on anything. And this is why you typically want to wait for a pullback. It just doesn't. and the entry off of where we're getting in is there. So that's why I wanted to just kind of show you. That's the difference in, and I'm switching this. Basically, I showed you my screens from 2006. Those were set up, and I built those back in 2006 on MetaTrader. That was the MetaTrader 4 platform that you saw in that image. Okay. Where did that pop up? So that was the MetaTrader 4 platform, 2006, with those indicators on there that you saw. Those same indicators, again, that's this right here. Those same indicators, I've tried to move me into this TradingView platform. It's a little different programming. I didn't like the way they were signaling these with the buy sell. So you'll see it's a little late. The buy sell's a little bit late in my eyes. Look at this sell here. So where that sell popped up, it actually, the 15-minute went here. So that's why. But the 15 minutes back and forth on this one. So I'm not quite there yet. That's why we're testing. Because I'm trying to adapt the 4 hour in there and the 1 hour with them. That's why we tested. That's awesome job, MC. Yeah, you don't. So Max, that's why I don't like the TradingView platform. But here's the thing. TradingView will only show you what the broker wants you to see. TradingView is locked in with Tradeovate or whatever broker you use. Different brokers have different setups with TradingView. It's totally how the broker wants you to be able to see everything through their platform. Okay, that's what it is. So the brokers have their own trading platform. The brokers would rather use their trading platform. However, they know that a ton of traders use TradingView. So they are going to link with TradingView. However, you're not going to see the same information at all. And that's what you see on TradingView. So on TradingView, yeah, you see the profit. If you go into your tab, click on Tradeovate, and it opens, you see the profit on the end. You see your account balance, your equity, and then you see what your profit is. That's your running profit right now. That's it. If you go in notification log, you could see like your orders, your stop orders, and all that, your market orders. If you go into account summary, that's all it is a summary of the account. If you go into the orders tab, those are active orders on. Those will be like your stop orders and everything. Gold finally popped the 4 hour zone, guys. And then, of course, your positions, that's just your active positions on it. So, yeah, I don't care for what they have on there. So, guys, gold just hit the it's popping. Bitcoin's moving too, but I'm not in it. I'm out of platinum for the day. I got stopped out on the pullback. There was my stop. Remember, I pulled my stop tight, like super tight to the 4 hour, and I just said if it pulls back, it's going to go above. So I'm out of that on the runner. But the runners were in profit, so not much. But again, remember, I closed here on platinum, lower left chart. Remember, I closed right there, and it looked like I picked the bottom. Again, it's like, well, how do you know or I closed here? Here, it's the X. Sorry. So that's the X where I closed partial. Did not get stopped at the pullback. I'm trying to look at my chart. I did get stopped at that pullback. And then I missed this one. So this is the one I did not get in. I think MCU took that one again. I'm going to hold the I'm looking at gold, trying to figure out what I want to do with my stop, because there's the gold trade still. So I still do have the two runners on. They are up to 18. So it's below the 4 hour. I don't know if it's going to stay down there. I'd like to see the 4 hour hold. Everybody in short would, right? Everybody around the world that's short right now in gold would love to see that 4 hour support resistance level. So it was tested, pulled back, finally broke. I want to see a push down. We're got to push down. So we should get a push back. Is it just going to push back to that 4 hour level? I don't know. So if I move my stop, I do not want to move my stop like right there and be right above it. I could go halfway between like this high and low, just knowing that I'll probably get stopped out. I could go here above this high. So if that high is tested, if it pulls back to test it. So I look at this move. Let's look at the past data. Let's look what it did. So on this, move here, this high swing, it pulled down. And then when it retraced, it turned. It did not go to the high. Came down, lower high, lower low. Well, this high here did match this one. Okay. It did go right a little bit past, right? It wicked past that, the wick on this candle. This wicked up above this high. So I just know it could happen. So if I keep my stop really tight to this line, well, this pullback right here wicked up past a few ticks past that. Am I not asking for trouble by putting my stop back? Yeah. Let's just get it out of the way. Or you close one. So if we get another push on that, I'll probably close one out of the runners because they're up about 180 and it's not impressive. I mean, it's around 200. I'm not even halfway. So I'm at about $75 probably if I get stopped out on those two runners. We're at the 10:30 mark. So the stock market's been open for an hour. Forex market's been open for a few, and we got about 27 minutes before the 11 o'clock mark. What's your guys's? I'm interested in what your guys's trade plan is. Are you looking to take new trades between 11 and noon, or is 11 o'clock your stop time, or 11:30 your stop time, where you won't take any new trades? I don't think anybody's taking new trades like right around noon. Pop it in there if you want. I'm not personally. I'm not looking to take anything after 11. It would have to be a huge, perfect setup. It's remember we're 4 hour on everything, or sideways on everything. And again, that's because of tomorrow we have none. 11:30. Yeah, I've been doing 11:30 to 11:45. I think today I'll probably quit it. I mean, I'll still be in here, but I think I'll quit actually taking trades at 11 and just manage the runner. The 2 lonely runners I have on goal. But again, every bit of what we're getting today, you should expect, right? Because of the news that's coming out tomorrow, the market typically consolidates and moves sideways before non-farm. That's how you can go back and do the replay on TradingView if that's what you're doing. But just go back to the previous news releases, previous non-farm news releases. And again, it's out on the calendar. I use forexfactory.com just because I've been using it since 2004. So again, if I look at open up unemployment rate and open up non-farm, I could see the releases. So I open non-farm and there you are. I need to look at July 5th, August 2nd, September 6th, October 4th, November 1st. So I need to look at those dates. I'm going to go into replay mode, or not replay. Yeah, replay mode on TradingView, punch in the date and punch in 12 p.m. Eastern. Select that time. Why not 8:30? Well, because I also need to see what happened after non-farm. So I'm not punching in 8:30 because then I'd have to tick the chart over. I'm punching in noon, and then and you can even put your session tool on there, and from that 7 a.m. to noon, see what gold did, see what Nasdaq did, ES, platinum, Bitcoin, see how it moved when non-farm came out. Did it even get a reaction to non-farm? Go back. I don't know. Everybody's trading different instruments. Go back at that instrument and see, did non-farm even affect it? Those 6 months, 5 months. Look at it. You can go back even further. But look back and look from that 7 a.m. to noon and say, okay, here's what Bitcoin has done over the last few months, and take a screenshot. I mentioned that the other day. Everybody should do that. Put a folder in create a folder that says uh, news releases in your pictures, your images section of your photos section of your computer. News releases. Go inside that. Create another folder called Bitcoin, another folder called gold, another folder called ES, another folder called platinum, whatever you trade. And then what you're going to do is go back to July 5th this year. Well, November. You go back to November, open that up, replay, go back to November 1st noon. Take a screenshot from 7 a.m. to noon. You're looking to see what had happened. Don't just look. Take a screenshot, put it in that folder. If it's Bitcoin, you're taking screenshots of it. Goes in your Bitcoin folder. Go to October 4th, September 6th, August 2nd, July 5th. Those are the past 5 months. Take screenshots. And what you want to do is tonight, do this tonight. You'll know tomorrow what you expect of a move, what you think might happen. And what you do is next month's non-farm, you're going to peek into that folder and you're going to flip through the charts. And when you flip through charts, you're going to kind of better prepare yourself. Oh, you're out. Yeah, I see that change. But that helps you prepare for what could happen tomorrow. Help you get ready. ES, the 1 hour's flipped to red. And guys, why is it flipped to red? Well, we've had a decent move down. That's why it's the 1 hour's finally looking like it's bearish. That's what it looks like on the 1 hour. Looks bearish. Trying to remove stuff on the charts while you guys are looking at them, so there's not too much clutter. Yeah, that 1 hour candle's huge. I'm looking at ES on the 1 hour candle. It's had a huge move down. And that's been since when? This is 10 o'clock candle. But if you look at the 1 hour on it, the last candle, the one that started at 9 was bearish, pulled up. And I'm going to draw a line. If you go out to the 1 hour, well, it kind of broke that level. There's a high right there at that line. This line right here is a high, previous high on the 1 hour. I thought I had previous high wrote in here, but I'm just going to put high to break on there because I don't have a previous high in the template. I did not take Bitcoin. Anybody in Bitcoin? Try and take some of this off the chart, guys. And I need to oh, that's set. I won't take the 4 hour stuff off. That stays on. Got a fake fireplace going. I had one of the kids come down the other day. I think it was Megan. Come on. There it is. Anyways, one of the kids come down here the other day while we were on live, and you never know what they're going to. They did not know I was on. So when they come around here, I had to tell them I was on signal to them I'm on. So I have my TV on the wall that just says on air. I'm like, I'll just do that, and you guys will know I'm talking. I mean, I told them they can come down, do whatever, but I still have a gold trade on, and that's it. That's it for me. And that one's It's lingering around a couple $100, the runners. This is when, I typically will go to higher time frame. So, especially in my, accounts I can hold, where I can hold daily, hold weekly. My 4X accounts are that way. They're personal account, and the IRA account. So, on those accounts that I can hold, I will try and hold long term, because if I can get an entry, especially off a 3-minute time frame, if I can enter on a 3-minute time frame, close partial, let runners go, leave my stop out there, let room, and that 3-minute day trade, 'cause we're day trading, turns into a trade that lasts 2 or 3 days, 4 days, a week, 2 weeks, a month. I'm all for it, and that's happened, and I've posted trades out there in the discords like that, where a little trade that and that's why we do that. I've seen people say, "Well, isn't that gambling, leaving your runners go?" No, it's like, no. I know the market trends at times. I don't wanna miss that trending move. I would like to be in it. If I'm already in a winning trade, why not let my winners run? Why would I close that trade out? If it's already trended in the direction and I'm in it and can stay in it, why would I close that out just to have to re-enter tomorrow? If I can hold through and it keeps going. So, that being said, and earlier this year, that's how those bigger trades come about that you've seen in the Forex that I posted on the euro and other things, the CAD, Kiwi, Aussie, is I get in, there's news releases that push it. I'll move my stop to break even, close partial. I'm in. I don't have to get back in. I'm already in. So, and then it trends, keeps moving, a week goes by, keeps moving. You're gonna see your profit, your unrealized profit go up and down, up and down. Remember the one I don't know if you guys remember the one tweet I posted, I can't remember. I wanna say it was the euro where I was up like 9,000. It went down to 7. You've gotta ride that out. Then it went over and hit like 10.5 and then went back to 9. Gotta ride it out. Then why would you ride it out? Why would you ride out that $2,000 pullback? Well, because then it went to 12. So it went to 10, back to 9, then to 12. I don't close, right? Where'd it go? It went back below 10 again, and then to 11, and then to 13, and then back to 11, and then to 15, back to 12, and then to 17, back to 16. You have to be willing to ride that out, and that is way easier said than done because it plays on your emotions. You just have to know, and you won't get there. You will not be there next month. You won't be there last year. You just started trading. It takes a long time to get there to do that because you're stacked in, you're watching it go. It gets to 10,000. You go, man, that's the biggest. It gets to 5,000. You're like, that's the biggest runner I've ever had. That is huge. And you want to close it. That's a $5,000 payday, but you hold and it drops back to 3. As a trader, what are you saying to yourself when it drops back to 3? I knew I should have closed. That's exactly what you say. You start doubting yourself. I knew I should have closed. It was at 5. I should have closed. It's at 3. And you close at 3 and then it goes to 7 and you're not in it. Or maybe you are. Maybe take a new trade. So you just have to learn how to manage. And that's where I flip to higher time frames. So like right now in gold, I got in on a 3-minute time frame. And I was even down on a 1 minute just to watch the moves play out. The swings back and forth. So I could look at a 5. What's it doing on the 5? What's it doing on the 15? and watch from there. I manage differently because the highs and lows and swings look different on the higher time frame than the 3 minute. So once I get to the 5 minute and 15 minute and then the 1 hour, then I'm managing my trades off the 1 hour. So the sooner I can flip the chart, the better, but it has to move first. Okay. Then I'll flip to that higher time frame chart and manage my moves off that. I'm no longer moving my stop aggressively off a 3 minute time frame on a normal. So if it pulls down and then pulls back, then I'm watching the pullback. I'm not doing anything. I haven't moved my stop because moving your stop then is aggressive. That's what we do on the 3 minute. So I get out to them bigger charts. That's how you that's how you have the confidence to ride them out longer because you're not watching on. Because if you are, you're closed. So that's how you end up staying in the bigger trades. Platinum's testing that 4 hour support resistance level. Remember, if the screen flips like that, it's because I'm over here and I keep forgetting that the way I've got it set up, I can click the side panel to get switch from trading view to the web to check out my trade debate. So back to the funded accounts. Again, treat it like a business. Use the prop firms for what they're for. Get payouts, payouts. And then I don't recommend pulling all your money out of the account once you get a payout. So if you're doing a $25,000 account like Tyler, you do the eval, you have to make 1,500. You pass the eval. So to get your first payout on a PA, you have to make 1,600. It's $100 more. I don't know why, guys. It's just the thing. $100 more made last time. Make 1,600, you get to pay out. Don't pull it all out. Too many people do that. They pull out the biggest payout. They max the payout out, and now they've got a small drawdown to blow the account. They blow the account. They blow a perfectly good PA account that they can cash off of every single month, and they blow it because they pulled out too much. They don't have a cushion. So when you pull out your payout, you've got a tight drawdown. So don't do it because when you do it, you're going to have to do another eval. So if it takes you a month to pass an eval and a month to get a payout, if you pull out the entire amount you pull out for the payout, you will probably blow that account because now you just created a scenario where you're have a tight drawdown and you're going to blow it. You just really messed up your what should have been a good plan. You blow that, and then the next month, if it takes you a month again to pass, the next month, guess what you're doing? You're trying to pass an eval, but you can't get paid on that. So why do it? Why do that to yourself? When you get your first payout option on the PA, pull out. Nobody likes this. A quarter to a third. That's it. I know you want to get paid out and paid big, and you pull out a quarter to a third max. You leave the rest in for a cushion because then the next month you trade it, pull out quarter to a third, leave the rest in for a cushion. Do that for several months to get a good drawdown cushion. Then you can start doing bigger payouts. Once you do that, you've made money. Get another eval, trade it with your PA. You cannot lock them together. Lock accounts together if they're the same. So you can get multiple evals, lock them, or multiple PAs and lock them. And that's what you're trying to do. So after, say, 4 months, you've got pulled a quarter to a third, build a good drawdown cushion. You're going to trade another eval. This is how I set up my business plan kind of on prop trading. Get another eval past it. Now I link that eval account or the new PA account to the existing PA. Trade them together like you did the first time you got the PA account because you don't have as big of a drawdown on the second PA. When you withdraw, you can withdraw whatever you're withdrawing on your PA because you're probably withdrawing half the money in the PA, the first one. Second PA, only withdraw a quarter to a third. Start building up a cushion in that one. Eventually, you'll get a good cushion size in the second PA, get another eval. Pass the eval, do the same thing. Buy the new PA, link the new PA, trade them together like you would normally trade, but you have to be careful because the new PA has minimal drawdown, where the other two you build up a drawdown. So you have to be a little cautious there when you link them like that. And then once you and only pull quarter out, and you don't have to pull nothing out. That's the best thing. Do on that third one, don't pull anything at all. Just don't for months because you've got the first PA account where you should be able to be drawing good payouts on. The second PA account, you should be able to draw decent payouts on if you want. The third PA account, you don't if you don't withdraw anything on it, it's gonna build up the, cushion, drawdown cushion quicker if you don't pull anything out on the third one. Get a fourth eval. Once you get a cushion in third, that's how I did mine. Get a fourth eval, pass it, buy the PA, link it. Trade according to the first time you ever got a PA because you don't have the huge cushion in the third, or you just trade the or the fourth one. The fourth one, or you just trade it separately. I will tell you this, in Tradeovate, when you link accounts together, you can select contract sizes that are different. So even if on that fourth eval you pass, you buy your fourth PA, it's brand new, got low drawdown, where the rest have bigger drawdown. In trading Tradeovate, you can link PA accounts together. You could select different contract sizes. So when you trade your main PA account, you might be 10 contracts. And your second PA account, you might be at 6 contracts. The third, you might be at 4 because they're different size cushion. The new PA account might be 2 contracts. So you're trading on your main one 10 contracts, but over here on your fourth PA, it's only trading 2 because you don't have that big of a drawdown cushion. That's how I built mine up. That was my plan. That's exactly what I did. And then you end up with a bunch of PA accounts that you're getting paid on. Too many people. That's how I built mine. That was my plan on this. That's what I'm going to do. Too many people go in and they want to buy 10 or 20 accounts because you can do what? Lock them all together. That's what the one guy does. He's like, but I can buy 20 accounts and link them together. And I told you what he does. He buys 20 and link 10 together to go long on NASDAQ tomorrow and 10 together to go short on NASDAQ tomorrow on the eval. He doesn't do that on the P. One of the 10 is going to pass. I found out that's what he was doing. I'm like, dude, that's just nuts. There's the 11 o'clock alarm. So anyways, that's how I built mine. That's how I built my business plan. Everything for me is like, I have to have a plan. I don't go into anything and, oh, I'm just going to buy this, trade it. That was the plan I created. This is how I want to use the prop firms. This is how I think that I need to trade them. I had already seen too many people talk about blowing it multiple accounts. I'm like, people are nuts. That's just stupid. You're just give me the $2,000 that you're gonna blow with the broker. Really? Go give it to, somebody that's homeless or help somebody out because they're just blowing accounts left and right. 1,000, 2,000 a month just down the drain every month or couple months. You might get lucky and pass a couple PAs, and eventually you're going to pay out, and then you blow all those. The only reason I mention that is because I've seen a couple people do that firsthand, and one that I know locally that just keeps doing it, and it's crazy. It's like, if that's what you want to do with your money, I guess. I can't talk him out of doing it any other way. He just won't. So I built mine different. I had already seen what he was doing, and I'm like, I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to take because overall, when you buy 20 evals, you're getting them cheap, right? Right now, I think the 90% off. Normally they're 80%. That's cheap. Say $20 for, depending on the size you're doing, but $20 times 10 accounts is 200. So you're spending $400 to buy 20 eval accounts at $20 a piece. There's 400. In his eyes, he's going to link 10 and 10, 10 to go long, 10 to go short. And then tomorrow he's going to go long in group 1 and short in group 2 and pass 10. Well, now he has 10 accounts to buy lifetime PA accounts, not pay monthly, do the lifetime. So that's 10 accounts. Depends on what account size you're trading, but it changes how much the lifetimes are. So say $150. So now it's $150 times 10 is 10 accounts. That's $1,500. Well, you just spent 4. So I got to calculating what he was doing, and I'm like, dude, you're buying 10 PAs. Your total you're spending is $2,000. You got 20 evals, blue half, 10 passed. You get 10 PAs. You're spending about $2,000. He goes, yeah. And he's not getting payouts all the time because as soon as he gets the PAs, he links them all together and blows them all. And then the next month, guess what he has to do it all over again. So I've seen him go like $2,000 next month, $2,000 next month, $2,000 next month. Okay, I'll try just linking because I told him use them as backups. If you pass 10 PA accounts, don't trade them all together. Just link 2. That's it. Well, the first time I got him to actually do it, I think it was 3 or 4 he linked together, not 2. I'm like, okay, whatever. I thought about it, but I wanted to link more. It was 3 or 4. I can't remember. I'm like, okay, but just don't link the rest. And then he blew those. But then he had other PA accounts as a backup. I'm like, now you know why I told you not to link them together. But he had backup PA accounts. So he's not going through the pain and agony. So just create a business plan on it. I don't have anything wrote up or made up. But it should be something like that. If you really want to do something crazy, do a static account. That's the one you gotta. What is my wife doing? I wish I could hear her. It's so windy outside. She's up there whistling some. I wish I knew what she was whistling. I have no idea. She must be a happy soul up there. That's all I can say. Has everybody checked out? Apex is one of the brokers on the prop firm. I'm only using Apex and Top Step right now. I've been happy with Apex. Um, I use them for what they're good for. Cheap, getting in cheap, passing to where you get paid, and then linking accounts together. I have multiple size accounts. And then you guys know I just have that $150,000 account I just added. What was that, 2 weeks ago? Where I traded these signals. I think it was 2 weeks ago, where I bought a $50,000 account either that night or the morning. I think I did it that night before. And then it was 2 weeks ago, Monday. I was trading the signals, and within 2 hours, I had passed it, and it wasn't nothing crazy. You look at that trade report, um, it was just normal trading. It wasn't like I went in. They only recommend, like, it's 10 contracts or 100 micros. I think I was trading at times 3 to 4 like I normally do. So I was doing it everything like I normally do. And you only have to get to 3,000. But I was literally done in, like, it was a little over 2 hours doing the signal trading. 2 of the instruments I took at 7 a.m., and then I wait for setups to get into something else. So I'm happy doing that. 7 a.m., I look at the 4. I'm looking at 6. I look to see what's happening, and then I decide which 2 I wanna jump in. It's not always the same. It's not like every 7 a.m., I'm getting in gold, or every 7 a.m., I'm getting in Bitcoin. I look first and see which ones look the best. Why does that not? Sorry. Got about 11 seconds for the candle to print. I will be leaving for lunch, going over to the coffee shop. That's just my normal. I know there's better places to eat out there. I just got the owner will be there today running the shop. So I go in there and of course we talk about not only the shop, but investing. They own a couple Airbnbs. Of course, they own the building where the shop is, coffee shop, and there's 2 apartments above. So they're, years ago when I started going, we started talking about investing in rentals. They want to get more rentals. They want to do more Airbnbs. They owned a construction company, so it just kind of fit with what I do and what I did. So that's why I go there. It's not for, I mean, they got decent lunch, but there's definitely other places I could get better food where I got to go into the next county over. So even though I'm going there, I will stop by the coffee shop. And all right, we just got about 45 seconds for this candle to close. Gold still, remember, it's still red. So we had signals here where the 1 hour, 4 hour, the 1 hour turned red and stayed red. 4 hours been really wishy-washy until, of course, then we got to 10 o'clock. So if you look at gold, even though we have red signals at the bottom, start here, we don't take that as a permanent. That was like what, 8:39. Well, when does the 4 hour candle start? 6:10 and 2, 6:10 and 2, 6:10 and 2. My time, 6:10 and 2. That was at 8:39. It turned red. So that's letting me know that the 4 hour is starting to turn bearish. I don't take it as a permanent definite sign that it's turned bearish because it's in the middle of a candle. I mean, it's 8:39. And again, the 4 hour candle started at 6. So it lets me know that This is possibly going to turn on the 4 hour, but I won't permanently know or positively know till 10 o'clock, which is back right here. So as far as when the 10 or yeah, the 10 a.m. candle closes, the new 4 hour candle starts, then since we were still red down here, I say, okay, it's going to hold there. Okay, that's in here, 10 a.m. But we were already short over here because off the one, or you might have got in off here. It's the 1 hour. You're watching the 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we can trade when the 1 hour and 15 minute aligns. We just have to be a little cautious because the 4 hour's not. Start seeing the 4 hour flipping. Okay, think it's gonna flip to red, and it does flip to red, and we got a good move off that. Got a good push off the 4 hour finally coming line. What are we getting? We're just getting a big retracement off this whole move down. That's it. I know when you look back at these, you're like, oh yeah, okay. I'm trying to get to where you guys are kind of learning how these signal. And basically, it's to stay confident in our trade. Same with, was that start a day? That was a 15-minute signal. So if you look at the whole move overall, if you would have gotten platinum at start of day, 7 a.m., it's been nothing but huge pullback. And that's what I like about today on platinum. It's pulled back to give you an entry short, pull back to give you entry short, pull back to give you an entry short, pull back to give you an entry short, pull back. For me, that 4 hours of problem child, that 4 hour support resistance. Go back to gold overall. Start a day, you would have taken it long and sat through a pullback. And just went to where it was and then finally turned in here. So not the best on gold. We haven't had the best days in gold at all the last few weeks. Bitcoin, you would have went long if you went long at start of day, which is that right there. So long on it, went back up, pulled test the bottom, went back up, pulled test the bottom, went back up, breaking the high barely, and then switched over here, and even in here. So the 15-minute and hours red, and then of course the others all line back up green here. It's not going anywhere. Again, non-farm is tomorrow. ES has done okay since start of day. And this right here, can you guys look at ES? I don't know who's even in here. You guys will have to let me know. But ES, if you look at it, again, this is the old signal where it says to buy, sell. This right here is what I don't want. I can't trade that. I mean, we could try, but see the back and forth signals since 7 a.m.? It is buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. I can't trade that. It's too back and forth. It's too quick. I'd have to dial down to a 1 minute time frame, which it is on 1 minute. Sorry. That's probably why I got them. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong chart. I didn't pay attention to that. So there it is. But it's still back and forth, back and forth. I can't trade that because a lot of times you get in and it pulls back. You get in, it pulls back. You get in, that one went. You get in, pulls back a little. That I can't trade that. So that's why that's why that's cut out, is because we're getting better signals on with the 1 hour, 4 hour. So that's why we don't trade that one by itself, because the 1 hour and 4 hour are all green. We're going to hold our position, and it went green. I don't know, guys, you look all the way back. There's your 4 hour switching. It was Tuesday. That's the Tuesday 2 a.m. candle, right? So the Tuesday, when the 2 a.m. candles start, that's the whole move. If you look at the 4 hour, every time the 1 hour went red, that's just a retracement.
That's all it is. You have to learn to leave your stops out and ride the retracements if you want the longer term trend. So you can go back and look at any one of these and zoom in, zoom out like that and see when the 4 hours turned, what's happened after that. Man, she's a whistling fool up there. Is anyone trading Apex? I think some people are. So I just go back to Apex because I'm trading it, and I built a whole business. My prop firm trading business, whatever you want to call it, is based on Apex. Now, I also trade, like I said, through a couple others, but this is the first one I used because that's what the guy I know was using. So Tyler's on the 25K account, and to pass, he had to make $1,500. That's your profit goal, $1,500. Your trailing threshold's $1,500. What does that mean? You could lose $1,500 and blow the account. So it's like a 1-to-1. Either you pass or fail. I started doing the 50s. The reason why, I could go here, make $1,500, pass one very quickly. Go here, make $3,000, might take you a little longer. But for me, if you look at the threshold, you're not getting a $3,000 drawdown. You're getting $2,500. So you're getting a little bigger drawdown, trailing threshold. However, these get bigger pay. That's the thing. So once you pass a PA account on the 25K, it's not $1,500 you have to make to get a payout. It's $1,600. And when you pass a PA or buy a PA, once you pass the eval and buy the PA for the 50, it's not $2,500 your target to get paid. It's $2,600. That's the way they have it. It's $100 more than the other. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. So, but again, you can link these together. So I've got 50Ks, and then I've got 2 100K accounts. And if you look at the lot size or contract sizes, they're different. If I can get that 25 back, I don't know why that disappears. You got to click somewhere. There you go. So he's trading micros. Ugh. I hate the way these scroll. I'm trying to get the 25. Okay, so see on the 25K, you can trade with 40 micros. So if you're trading, like he's trading Bitcoin and gold, the max he can go is 20 micros on each. I don't even have him doing that. It's 10 micros and on one. If he's getting in two, I told him to do only 5 micros each. Trading conservatively. And yes, you can still do it and make money. But you notice on 50K, it goes up to 10 contracts or 100 micros. 100K is 14 and 140. And then I've also got one 300K, which is that. That's 35 and 350. And then I've got a bigger account, which is, of course, personal account, where I can do, that's the only way I could do that amount that I did earlier. The static is interesting. So the static account, most of these, and they get different size. So again, if you're on a 25K account, your target's at 1,500, but your trailing stop's 1,500. Your trailing drawdown, your threshold, will shrink as you go up 50K. Your target's 3,000, 2,500 for loss. You go up to 75, it's 4,250 or 2,750, about half, and you blow the account. 100K. So on the 100K accounts, I had to make $6,000 and then could potentially have a $3,000 and you blow the account. It's half. So you better know what you're doing. As you go up in sizes, you better know what you're doing, because that's make 6,000 or lose 3. When you get up to the 100,000 account, you need to make 9,000 or you lose 5. Again, that trailing threshold, they start spreading apart. Got to make more to trade the bigger account, and your potential for your stop out is less. You get to 300, that's it. You have to make 20 grand on the account. And if you lose 7,500, you blow it. You don't have a huge, and that's a trailing drawdown, meaning if you go and make 7,500, you're going in your account, you get up to, what am I saying? $307,500. Your account gets to that. Your trailing threshold stop moves to 0. If you lose back that 7,500, you're done. It's tighter, and you've got to make 20 grand, over 3 times what the stop is. So you have to know what you're doing. Okay. Get to the statics. These are really interesting. I just bought a couple of these when they had the 90% off. These, look at the difference in that 100K and this one. So this 100K, you can trade with 140 micros. You got to make 6 grand. And if you lose 3, you're blown. The statics, way different. You can only trade with 20 micros. Your profit target is only 2 grand. Your drawdown $625 right out of the gate. That is tight. But it stays there. Meaning once you get up, let's say you make $1,000. Well, now you've got $1,600 cushion. But this stop stays there at 625 under the 100 grand. So you get up and make 2 grand. Your stop's still 625 below. So now you have a $2,625 drawdown. So that stop will stay there and never move. You passed it, you get an eval. Now on an eval, you got to do the exact same thing. So the static accounts are challenging, very much so, because if you lose $625, you blew the account. So I did get 2 the other day. I thought, well, I'm going to try these. But you have to get in, you got to get in good trades, like 100%. I am only going to take the A+ 100% setups in those. That's it. I'm not going to take any trades that are risky, just not willing to jump in those. I want the good, solid trades. And that's all. So I got Trade of 8 open today. I'm not trading in the static accounts at all. You know, you kidding? Choppy market, getting set up for non-farm. I'm not willing to do that because I know full well, even if I just threw a couple contracts on that, and you can only do 20 micros. So, but trading 20 micros, 10 micros, again, you lose 650, you're done on those. So on choppy days, I'm not going to get into those 2 accounts at all. I'll keep you posted on those, what happens. I've never traded a static account. Normally we have the bigger bigger trailing threshold. And then, because that's super tight. Right out of the bat, you lose 625, you're done. And your target's 2 grand. That's a huge difference. That's not much to pull back on. So you better be picking good, solid entries, or you're going to blow it fast. So that's going to be a little challenging. And that's why I said I'm only going to look for good, solid entries. And that's going to play in with more of my, obviously 4-hour support and resistance and zones, bouncing off those or whatever. I think platinum is going to make another run down to the previous low unless it's done right now. I'm still in that gold trade and it's going absolutely nowhere, and it just about stopped me out. I told you I moved my stop, and where I didn't really like it because it's I said if it pulled back to test the previous high, it would almost take me out or take me out. So and I'm going to take this trend line off, take a couple things off there. I did not move my stop, but it's we got a minute 12. That's the trade right there on gold. So I'm still in, but it almost wicked me out. I got it on the 15-minute time frame. That's what I'm watching it on now. I'm no longer on the 3. So I'm not really concerned with the 3. What do I want to see here on the 15-minute? I want to see the 15-minute candle, which is this candle is going to close. This is our in like 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes. So, I mean, right now, this red candle, what's red now, has 3.5 minutes to close, somewhere around there. I want to see it close red. I don't want to see it pop up and close green. I want to see it close red. So now I'm on the higher time frame, the 15-minute, looking for that confirmation that it may go short. And even after it closes red, it could pull back to test even this high again. That's what I don't want to see. I want to see another run down. But we'll see. And again, these are just 2 runners. So remember I was up like 200 or something, and now it's down to 114. I was just at like 98 or something, and it pulled back to where I was almost stopped out. Just not moving, but I didn't expect moves today. Did you short again on platinum? Hopefully that 4-hour SR level will hold up. And that gives, the thing is, I try and get relaxed. I'm really relaxed. I know. But I try and get relaxed as I can. And part of helping me stay relaxed during trading is closing partials, moving stops to halfway. You just lowered your risk on, say you put on 8 contracts. It moves, close out 8, locked in your 100, 200, 300, 400 a day, whatever. Put on 10, goes up, you lock in 100 on that trade. And you leave 2 runners on, move your stop to break even. Well, now you can completely relax. Just completely. On that trade, you're not going to lose anything against your gains. Perfect. Good trade management. You locked in your $100 per trade. You need 2 a day. You do 2 a day. Now you're making $200 a day, which is $4,000 a month. Take 1 more trade, do the same thing. Now, if I can get runners to go and get out to like the 15-minute on this, we still got, I don't know how many seconds. I don't have a timer going or nothing. Actually, we do. 53 seconds, sorry. Keep forgetting we have that timer on the candle on the chart. So we got about 45 seconds to see where this 15-minute candle closes on gold. And I don't think in the next 36 seconds it's going to jump and form a green candle, but I've seen it happen. So it is a possibility, but I don't think this one will. I think I need to bring a pot of coffee down here. ES is moving up nice, but I didn't take it. And if I was to take ES, we have not abandoned all our charting analysis and charting techniques. But it came down and formed a low, came up and formed a lower high. came down and formed a low at that low. Didn't break it. That's not a lower low because you have a low here. It's actually a higher low. Wick down here to test it, pulled back up. So until this level, when it broke, this is traditionally where I would look to enter on that break of high and then test of the high. That would be where I get in long. So you look down, you go, okay, well, the 15-minute flipped here. Could you have bought there? Yeah. Well, the 15-minute flipped here also. Could you bought there? Yeah. But you would have sat through a pullback. 15-minute actually signaled here. So we had the 1 hour, though, that's in a downward move. So the best bet is to actually still use your charting technique, still look at highs and lows. That's why we haven't abandoned those. And go, okay, you didn't take it here. Because if you would have taken this, would you not have taken this one? If you're trading, if we were just only when the 15-minute, if we're trading retracement trading against, because the obvious direction for us to trade is the 1 hour's red. We should be shorting. Short. Look for opportunities short, even though the 4 hours green. When the 4 hours green, we say it's a little riskier because I'm trading against the 4 hour time frame. I still want to trade when the 1 hour turns. I'm going to do what? I'm going to trade with less contracts. Instead of, for me, 20 or 30, that's a 10 contract trade. That's just how it is. The 1 hour, wait for the 15, that's a 10 contract entry. It is not a 20 or 30 because I'm trading against the 4 hour, 10 contract. I would have sat through a pullback. We're only looking to short. Hold your short. You can close. If that's your, when the other goes the opposite way, and look for another short. All the while knowing that I'm trading against the 4 hour. So this one is that this break of that high is actually going with the 4 hour. However, the 1 hour, 15-minute, because the 1 hour is still red. But that's what I would have waited on for break of that resistance level to say, okay, I think we're going to hold up and pull back. Right now, it's just a pullback. We might get an entry to short. It's late in the morning. We're at 11:33, guys. So late in the morning. That 15-minute closed on the on gold red. Not a surprise. That's what it looks like. I'm still in. Almost got stopped out. It was like those wicks came like within a tick or two to stop me out. So overall, still in it. With two runners, it's up 144. Nothing magical. I love to see magical moves and magical trades and large trades, but I don't expect it on choppy days. So on choppy days, I'm just looking for that daily target. That's it. That is it. Yeah. 100%. That's why we draw them. And you just got to find your groove. It takes a while. It's not easy to trade. Is it easy to place a trade? Yeah. I'll go up and put 20 contracts in there and hit buy or sell. It is very easy to take a trade. But is it easy to trade? No, it's not. It's very hard to trade, and it's even harder in choppy markets. So, that being said, full contracts on days where the charts look better, you're seeing swings, bigger swings in one direction or the other, or even back and forth, but you want the bigger swings. And if it's super tight, then you just don't trade. You'll trade the breakout. We haven't really been into breakout trading, but that's what those triangles are for. The other night in gold, and I showed you guys, the triangle is nothing more than a downtrend line, an uptrend line, and you just take the triangle tool and you're hitting the top and the bottom of the move, where the two trend lines, a downtrend line, uptrend line, where they start, and then taking your tool and casting it to the right, where the two trend lines come together. So basically, you have a downtrend line, uptrend line, and it starts getting narrower. They come together. That's how you draw the triangle or pendant or flag, whatever you want to call it. And you trade that as a breakout. That's a 100% breakout trade because they get tight in there, and then they will break out in one direction or the other. And since we know it's going to have to break out, when something gets cornered, we know eventually it is going to break out in one direction or the other. About 1 minute 36 seconds, guys. And this is the that's oil. That was the oil trade the other night. Now I kind of cheated it. I didn't wait for the breakout. The breakout was here. Remember? So I had the top marked, that high down to this high is my downtrend line. From here to here, those are my 2 points for the uptrend line. I drew the triangle. The triangle is more for you guys that you can visually see, okay, it's going to get tight in there and pop out one way or another. And it actually wicked over the top. I was already in it. What did I do? Well, look down at guys, this is huge. Look down at the 1 hour and 4 hour. Well, they're both red. So I should be thinking what? Sell, sell, sell. It pulled back. When it pulled back, this was a close of a previous trade, previous day. So it's my end of day close. So it's pulling back. I do what? I draw a retracement line. When it broke the retracement line, I only went in with 10. That's my light on this one. I'm still trading with the 4 hour and the 1 hour. I'm still in the 15-minute flipped red. So that's it. When it pulled back, I got in heavier with another 20. So I had 30 on. But that's because it was at the top. It was at that trend line. And we got a red candle. So when it bounced right there, hit the trend line, pulled down, that's when I sold 20. So I was in kind of early, pre-breakout. But that's how those work. I didn't think about you guys thinking the audio was lost. Sorry. I was talking to her. Tyler down here. We got to talk to him about his car because it's got some major issues. So I got to decide if we're going to fix it. Or, like when I say major, it's going to cost more to fix it than what we paid for the car. He's coming down. I'll talk to him for a while. So the mic will be muted. All right, guys. So I'm back. It is noon. You know what that means? You got one last short platinum. I don't know. To me, it's going sideways. It's flattening out. It's at lunchtime here in the U.S. and end of day in the London session. So I'm done trading. I'm still in that gold trade. It hasn't really done anything. So I'm going to leave that on till end of day. It's up like 190 on the two runners. I remember it was like at 200 something. So it's done nothing but pull back, rode it, almost stopped out, pulled down. So, and it's at the 4 hour where it's at right now. Be prepared for tomorrow. Look back and see what non-farm has done over the last few months to help prepare yourself. And then decide on how many contracts you're trading tomorrow. Are you going to get in with full contracts, or are you going to go half that amount or a fourth of that amount? If you trade with 10 only on a trade, if you trade on a good trade, like I'm trading on good trades with 20 or 30. If I see a super, super setup, I'll go up over 40 or 40 or more. But normally for me, it's 20 or 30. That's my good setups. 20, if I get in with 30, a lot, but 20, I probably get in more with 20 and a lot more with 10 because I see a perfect setup. I'm going in with 30. If I see a reason why I'm not so sure, I drop it down, to 10. And then if I'm trading news, a lot of times it's going to be like 5 typically. So it's 5 to 10 on news trades for me. I already know that. That's my price or my contract adjustment size. So I already know what I'm doing tomorrow. So I am gonna do you want me to leave the stream up? I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm gonna get off here. I gotta get ready and scoot. Because I need to be out of here by 12:30. I'll leave this run and I'll just shut it off in today because I can leave it run on this computer. It's fine. I won't be here, won't be commenting on anything. ES has popped up and that 1 hour turned green on that candle. So we've had a little move up on that. I've got a high to break mark. Let me kind of zoom these where there's platinum. I'll do that. Was that okay right there with platinum? So I'm not taking any new trades. Obviously, it's noon. I quit at 11. So I had a good day overall, made money, made my goals, made over my goals, which is always great. There's your ES pop to the high. All right. So I'm going to get off here. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll be back tomorrow for non-farms. So just get ready for it. I'll leave the stream going and then I'll be out of here. I'll stop the stream later and then we'll be back for the Asian session. So I'll be in the Asian session, of course, ahead of non-farm tomorrow. We'll see if we can get some last profitable trades before non-farm hits. So I'll leave this run. Oh, I wanted to do this, guys. Sorry. And sorry I didn't take this off earlier. The buy sell buttons. For some reason, when I start this up in the morning or restart it, I restart every morning, the platform. For some reason, when I restart, the 4 charts you guys see, this tab is logged into Tradeovate. I have to log it into paper so I can log my 6 chart tab into Tradeovate because it won't let you log into both. And I don't know why. It's looking at this one as the main, I don't know, the main tab. And I don't know why, because everything else is open on the other. even scripts. All right. So I'll talk to you later. We'll see you in the Discord and later on tonight. I may have this run later live. I don't know. While I'm trading Asian session, I won't be talking. I'm trying to save my voice because we're in here for about 5 hours, and I know I go nonstop. So my voice is a little hoarse from. I think I caught a little something from my wife where she got sick. She was pretty bad. So trying to save my voice for days per morning. So if I am in trade, I will be in trading tonight. I might stream it. If I do, don't expect I won't be mic'd up. All right. So I'll talk to you later. Trade safe. Manage